stands and displays of equipment and more stands and displays of what you would just have to consider oddities. Um, there's like a rack of almost skulls, but they're not human skulls. They're like of different sorts. There seems to be a drawer full of teeth that are all kind of pointy and fang-like. It rattles when you open it up. There's definitely a shelf full of jars filled with some sort of fluid that has been sealed, and inside float the occasional organ and thing that you probably can't or don't want to identify.
Odd place, Torsten.
Yeah, Tolston looks around and he says, well, some of the tools of the trade were less tooly than others. You can make some very interesting things with powders, and he looks at what looks like some sort of fleshy sack, and he pokes the jar, and it turns around, and it is actually like the face of like the bloated face of something, and he just grimaces and steps back. Whatever that was. I don't know, for whatever reason. Our family has learned various weaknesses to monsters in their ilk. Many of these weaknesses come from other monsters.
Aye, but I believe we be equipped. Perhaps we should continue.
Yeah, he starts pushing the cart forward. Like, you see him have to really lean into it, and the wheels squeak a little bit as
I
he
help him.
pushes it forward. Yeah, you both have a little bit of a hard time pushing this massive cart forward, which is filled with javelin, essentially javelins. They're like mini ballista bolts, and of course the multi ballista turret. I think Telemon, you see Power Cord just come stalking out of the darkness, and you think it's like a lumbering behemoth for a second, as there's a ka-chunk, 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 ka-chunk as he walks forward, and you realize eventually that it's Power Cord. But for a moment, you'd drawn your sword, or at least you started to, as this monstrous thing appeared out of the shadows.
Do you find the new armor power?
Yeah, like you look up at him, and it's like looking at a furnace.
I'm gonna
One wonders who
I'm gonna
You can
flip
hear
the
decided to make
He
such
needs
a
like
thing.
metallic reverb on his voice.
I'm gonna flip the lever inside, like kind of wave my fists around in the air and go, "Oh yeah!"
Man,
You can hear him just breathing.
Sounds like.
And it's like literally filling the entire section of the catacombs. As he stares out from beneath his plate helmet.
One must wonder who decided to make that.
The inside is extraordinarily comfortable, Power Cord, to be honest. It's extremely well padded, to the point where sometimes you can't feel yourself moving your arms about. And the shoulders are extremely well padded too. And if it wasn't for the odd way that the helmet is shaped, so that you could hear, you get the feeling that there's so much padding and insulation in this that it seems to dampen the effects of like other sounds and stuff like that.
That's
But
probably
unfortunately,
good, so I don't, turn myself into Jello every time I scream.
yeah, yeah. And yeah, Telemon, up the passage, you definitely feel like the increasing presence of magic. Especially, I think, like your little magical senses. You're not particularly using it at the moment, but you can just kind of passively feel it just a little bit here.
I would like to remind you all to not touch anything.
You pass a large claw the size of a horse's head, that definitely radiates magic.
Indeed. Do not want to meet what that came from, but I suspect we probably will eventually. Well, I don't know. If the claws here, it might be dead, but might not be.
Where be Lotho?
Lotho seems to have disappeared.
Oh,
That's a
God.
bad sign. Very
One
bad.
of you was talking to him, and then you turned and you saw something shiny, and he apparently saw something shinier. And when he turned back around, he had just scampered off into the darkness. And the last you heard or saw of him was the pattering of his little booted feet into the darkness.
That's very bad around here, because, you know, touching shiny things without a certain person present results in really bad things.
Indeed.
It seems he's learned nothing from the last 300 years or however long he was imprisoned.
Mayhap he'll get imprisoned again.
If it looks like a child, then it acts like a child.
You know, halflings are like that much of the time. We will have to endeavor to find him before we leave. Hopefully, what he does not cause too much trouble. Make cringe a little.
So the whole time you're walking down these passages, you're walking beneath the light of these dimly illuminated blue torches. Very, very peculiar. Most definitely magical because they don't have any real source of fuel. And you get to a second set of double doors here. At the very end, illuminated in the azure light of the torches.
I
Well,
might check, You good?
here we be.
More
Another set
doors.
of doors.
Does this have any panels like the previous ones or anything of that nature?
This seems to be a set of double wooden doors. Looks much more, I would say, normal than the last doors that you've run into in this place. There's a lock on it. There's a pair of rings to pull it open.
Perhaps before we venture forward, I should attend to the more seriously wounded of us, and I'll kind of look to them and say, who requires healing more?
I could use a top-up, Doc.
I'm gonna walk over and look at his armor and just kind of like start to reach out to touch him, and then realize I'm gonna just touch plate, and then I try to look for another spot and reach out, and then I'm like, nope, no way to touch him there either. And then
Yep.
I'll eventually, if there's a spot where I can touch you, I will do that, and then I will cast my healing spell.
Otherwise, I'll just like take off my helmet.
Yeah, I think
temporarily.
you just flip up a visor and you can like touch him on the nose maybe.
Okay, let me roll my healing.
Liquid gold just starts pouring out of my nose.
You know, and like out between the plates of your mail.
That sounds quite painful.
Yeah, that sounds pretty bad, but here we go.
Pours out of his, and then like, pulls out of his pores and then pulls in his boots, and he has gold boots.
Yeah, my stupid sheet got messed up. Here we go, I'm rolling it anyway. Nice. And I'm rolling your healing. Seven, and I'm rolling my healing because I now have Hospitaler. And 3. Okay.
Nice.
So yeah, I think we're both gonna end up, after a second I'm gonna snap back and we're both gonna have gold spraying out of our wounds for a few moments at the exact same time.
Oh,
Feels very uncomfortable inside the armor.
is Hospitaller actually you, or is it? I read it as you increase the healing by 1d8. You heal an ally, you heal plus 1d8.
Oh!
Let me look.
I assumed.
Yeah,
I
that
heal
means
1d8.
you- yeah, I
that
think
means
that's-
you get the healing, not me. Then in that case, I will. That's still pretty.
When you
cool.
heal an ally, you heal plus 1d8. Yeah, so plus 1d8, not you heal 1d8 damage.
Okay, I was thinking you heal them, they heal you.
No,
Okay,
it,
that's
it
fine. Regardless,
increases
I'll
the
still
potency of
take
your
the power.
heals.
I'll still keep that power because it's friggin'
Yeah,
cool.
it's still a
Yeah,
good
yeah,
one.
definitely.
I found it weird when you said that you healed it. I'm like, huh?
Oh yeah, I know. I completely misread that. Thank you for clearing that up.
I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, I feel like a new orc in this outfit. And I'm going to start singing about the singing my, like, as we're kind of going around here, start singing my ballad of Heru Deshret thus far, and hope that it kind of raises Hera's spirits and maybe
What are
heals him a
what
little
are
bit.
some of the key points of this ballad?
Whoa, hold on. The hell? Hold on, my roll 20's acting really weird. 1 second.
Let's refresh it then. Anytime Roll20 acts weird, refreshing is usually the best option.
Yeah, that's better. The highlights so far are, well, definitely getting crushed by his armor and returning to life. You know, using the Axis Mundi to bring down a mountain, basically. Well, not bring it down, I guess, but you
Open
know.
it up beneath an army.
Yeah.
Swallow it whole. Yeah. All right.
You know, plenty of stuff about just kind of genuinely being a badass and killing stuff with his dual sides. You know, it works.
It echoes loudly in here. You think you hear glass rattling somewhere in the expanse of the room, and like a breaking somewhere, and something hits the floor, like far in the darkness.
But yeah, I'm trying to use like my arcane art to heal him a little bit.
Okay. That's a heal.
Alright, so you heal 7 and also take plus 2d4 to forward to damage.
Ooh, nice.
Telemon, Heru, Power Cord, perhaps you should step back before I look at this door.
I will thank you for your.
This place has had a tendency to be unfortunate.
Colston, do you have any woo speak of while we're on it?
I think you see Tolston like pulling a bandage over his arm with his teeth and tightening it, and he like looks up and he kind of drops the bandage from his mouth and he says, no, I'll be fine."
Very well.
Hang on a second, however. And you hear him like, and he like pushes the cart in front of the door, like giving you enough room, Fergus, to actually interact with the door, but like he angles the cart so that he can turn the ballista like to face the door, and he says, "Okay, all right, ready." And like you can see him actually behind it, and you hear a cranking.
So I have a giant ballista bolt fired at putting in my back.
It looks like he's pointing slightly above you.
I think that since I
You
see
hope.
him do that, I'm gonna twirl my staff around and get it in position so I'm ready to go into defensive stance if it's required. Cause obviously I don't want to roll it if there's not gonna be anything, but I'm gonna be like kind of trying to be up in front, ready to defend the group if need be.
And since I have no other weapons, I'm going to be holding a javelin in each hand.
Oh God.
Nice.
That's totally
it's like
power
we're
cord.
all like Roman
They
up
look
on this
small.
door.
They look small in a power cord. They look like drumsticks.
Nice. Though I know you would like to try out your new toy, as it were, Tolson, which a very useful tool it is, mind you. Perhaps you should be one of the ones to help open the door, as this place seems to respond quite positively to you.
Sure. He like thinks about it for a second and gets kind of an abashed look on his face. Glances at the ballista a little bit sadly, and then
Should we need it, the ballista will still be there.
he walks forward to the door. Yeah. So yeah, he goes to inspect it. All right, you are trying a companion move here. We haven't done this in a very long time.
Oh, it's been some time indeed.
Hirelings.
I don't think I've ever rolled for hireling. Like, the only one I ever had was Sarcasmos, and it wasn't quite the same. Oh, I rolled him once, I think, with the ritual. Way back
Can
in
you
Ireland.
roll 2d6 plus 2?
I
Oh.
failed pretty badly.
Hmm. You hear him kind of muttering beneath his breath as he goes up there.
What do you know about this door, Tolston?
Well, my undead friend, I've never seen this door in my life. Perhaps
It is not as secured as the previous doors.
doesn't look
Just
to
double
be.
checking, or just double checking if it becomes a factor. I do have my my senses that pierce lies up yet. If anything alludes
Always,
to this.
always good to remind me.
That's just throwing it out there as a reminder. Should it matter?
Mayhap you should go back to the ballista anyway. If it be trapped, we may need you later.
And he looks through, and I think like he actually bends down and he looks through the keyhole, and he says, "Well, don't see anything on the other side. It's just like more hallway. No. I see armor. Looks to be a hallway of some sort. More displays. Looks clear to me." He goes and he starts walking back to the back of the cart.
Very well.
Aye. So once he reaches the back of the cart, I grip both handles
All right.
and go to open the door.
There is a ka-chunk, and nothing happens.
Sounds without a cause is a bad sign.
Yeah, I think there's like a pause, and everybody's just like, "Wait, what?"
I open the doors.
Yeah, like the doors open up, and you see a hallway sprawling out before you. Every I would say 6 feet or so, there is an alcove, and within these alcoves, you can see a glint. In every other alcove, you can see what looks to be a suit of armor. There are several torch sconces in here that are dark, but as you step into the room, they start to flare to life.
This is a bit ominous, don't you think?
I'm definitely gonna look around with my my weapon up, ready to
You
cast
see,
magic weapons that I need.
It sounds like Haru and Fergus are in the lead. As you're walking forward, you see that every other, you know how I described every other alcove, there's a suit of armor? Well, the other alcoves seem to be mirrors. You're a little bit startled when you're walking by and you see motion, and I think you kind of move your blade to
Huh?
defend yourself, and you see yourself and Fergus in the mirror. And you look back, and there's an opposite mirror on the other side of the hall in the alcove.
Odd choice of decor.
Mirror hall, Tolston? I would have expected armor on both sides.
Well, there is armor on both sides. It's just every other
every other
alcove.
There's mirrors.
Yeah.
I look above the alcoves. There's not like plaques or anything, is there?
No, there's not.
I'm going to kind of approach one of the mirrors to admire myself in.
Okay. Right. Yeah. So you chunk, and while you're doing that, Telemon, you do notice that while you're looking up, you do see a reddish colored orb on the ceiling that is not lit. And in the very farthest edge of your vision, in the darkened ceiling beyond, you can just maybe see another one further up the hallway, kind of hidden in the shadows, the top of the ceiling. Power cord, you get up to
More of these orbs. Colors.
you get up to a mirror. You clink up there. Do you pose?
Yeah, I'm gonna do a few dramatic poses.
Oh yeah, man. So that you strike kind of like a Hercules pose, and you look great. And like I think Power Cord just stands there for a little while doing poses. Does everybody continue start to move on?
Aye.
Okay, so as everybody's moving on, you strike like another pose and you're like, "Huh," and
Pow,
you can
we
hear
need to go.
you can hear your armor clanking, and do you go back along with them?
Yeah,
Okay, so like when you turn to go, you put your arms down, you turn to go, and you notice that the mirror is still holding the pose.
I'm gonna kind of snap my fingers and point in the mirror and say, "Hey, good looking," and then just kind of move along.
So yeah, you walk by, and in the next mirror, you look over and you can see yourself, walking by and looking back into the mirror. And in this one, you're perfectly mirrored, but this one raises an arm and points at you before you disappear out of the mirror.
Once I get back to the group, I'm gonna say, "Seems like those are some magic mirrors, and they know a good-looking orc when they see one."
I'm going to
Magic in what way?
Yeah, I think like the constant squeaking of the cart comes to a pause, and Tolston says, "What?"
Yeah, I think I'm definitely going to be asking that same question.
They reflect something other than the physical world, at least.
You'd be cautious.
Perhaps they are trapped and we should shatter them all. I'll ask Lick to Telemon.
Hey, I bet I can shatter all of them at once.
I'm not sure that is wise here.
Is Power Cord fiddling with the metal knobs on his breastplate already?
Yeah, you can kind of hear a little bit of feedback.
They might connect to somewhere else. Also, might be something necessary for the actual castle. We do not know.
I was gonna kind of grumble and then switch the lever back off again.
All right, you guys continue making your way down the hallway.
I believe so.
Does anybody make any particular notice of the mirrors, or take
Oh
any?
yeah, I'm going to take a careful look as we pass by and.
Do you
stand
stop
ready.
and take a look in, or do you just walk by and stare into a few of them as you walk by?
It really depends what Telemon does. I'm going to be staying close to him here. Should he be under assault?
I do not think I would stop and look at a mirror. Though they are magical, mirrors. They can do some very strange things with magic.
Hey Fergus, why don't you look into one of the mirrors? Maybe you'll be able to see your skin again.
Nay, it would do no good. Let's continue and find the object at which Telemon desires.
So, is Fergus and Telemon, you're purposely not looking into the mirrors?
Yep. I'm just walking forward.
Haru is purposefully looking into the mirrors as you're passing.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna keep an eye on them because I'm concerned there may be a magical threat from them.
How
I wanna be
about-
ready for it?
How about you, Power Cord?
I'll just kind of like, just glance at a mirror every
Okay.
now and then. Not
So
too
Power Cord,
interestedly.
as you're walking by, you can see yourself in the mirrors, and the next time you see yourself, you're dressed as you are, but you're holding a lute in your hand, a giant metal lute, very reminiscent of the broken example that you had before. And you seem to be playing it and rocking out as you disappear into the next mirror. Haru, you're walking by, and you just see yourself looking glowerly back at you through the mirror. It doesn't look particularly different at all, but I'm going to need you both to give me wisdom rolls.
Nice on
Haru.
fire.
Yep. So Power Cord, you see yourself with your new loot the next time you walk past a mirror, and I think you catch a glimpse of the reflection of the rest of the party, and you can see Telemon walking by, but Telemon's robes are on fire, and his skin seems to have been burned off, but you only catch like a very slight glimpse of it. Haru, like the next time you see yourself, you seem to be covered in molten gold, which is pouring out of like your every orifice, and you otherwise make it to the end of the hall with no worries. At the end of the hall, there is a large door, and it is mirrored. What does the party do?
Or
I have an
mirrors.
unwavering sense of direction to Telemon's destiny. Does it look like the door is part of that destiny, or does it look like we're going in the wrong direction?
It looks like you are going in the right direction.
And I will nod and say that I believe that what we need is through there, then, Telemon. And I'll motion towards the mirrored door.
And I'll just make a comment, watch out for fire, Telemon.
What about fire?
Telemon the Red is hardly ever without fire. But, does this door have a handle?
It does. It is
I'll
mirrored.
turn back
It is
and
a
say,
door of a mirrored surface, not a door that appears to be in a mirror, right?
Yeah, it is a door with a highly polished mirrored surface, and its handle is like probably silver, like so polished that it seems to be metal or mirror.
Be ready? I shall
Seems
try
so.
the door.
Do you make an attempt not to look into the mirrors here, or do you not think
I
of
look
that?
at the floor
of
as I open as I push the handle.
Okay. Give me a wisdom roll,
4.
Fergus.
I'm going to look at the door and just say, so shiny, so chrome.
Yeah, you can see. I think this.
That'd be a fail.
I think Power Cord, you're looking at the door, and you're getting like the first full-on view of the entire party in the mirror. You see Haru Deshret standing there, gold pouring out of his eye sockets and from his nose and from his ears, just dripping down him. You're standing there in your armor, just rocking out with like silently with your loot. Standing beside you is Telemon on fire, like flesh dripping off of him to the point where it looks like he's just a skeleton beneath almost. And uh, beside him, you see a shadowy figure standing behind the cart. It looks literally just a figure made of nothing but shadow. Who's currently pushing the cart, and then you see the stout form of a dwarf standing before the door, looking entirely whole.
I'm going to kind of tell the party what I see. Hey, Harrow, you're covered in molten gold. Telemon, you're on fire. Fergus, you have your skin back.
So I think there's a moment where you're reaching for the door handle, Fergus, and you just can't resist looking up just to see if what he's saying is true. And you kind of glance up. You'd already kind of gotten a bit of the reflection of your hand in the surface of the door handle. Like you weren't quite careful enough. And you look up, and surely enough, you look like yourself again. And you're kind of stuck there with your hand like reaching out to the doorknob, and like you see everything that I'm describing to everybody else.
These these mirrors tell false the world of truth.
These mirrors are likely another trap or diversion. We would do best to ignore them and at least be ready for some sort of threat from them, but perhaps they are just allowing us to create threats ourselves.
Well, these mirrors do seem to understand how awesome I am.
Good to know, Power. Good.
Oh, that's great.
We should try to proceed. What happens?
So Fergus, do you open the door?
So I continue reaching for the door handle.
Okay, yeah, you put your handle or your hand on the door handle and you twist it open. It feels cool beneath your hand.
As
and-
silver wood.
Yeah, and you give it a twist, and you suddenly start to feel a burning sensation in your fist. And you look down, and you can see the silver starting to glow within your bony grip. And you take D8 damage.
Three.
Just 3.
Yours armor.
Yeah. You are forced to like let go and kind of stagger back, and you look and you see that the bone on your hand is like fizzling.
Another trap. This place is full of them. Am I able to
Trap.
open the
Oh,
door
it's a trap.
or not?
Do you go and try it again? Fergus?
Aye.
Roll another D8.
Mm-hmm.
You take 5 that time. This time, yeah, there's like some burning on the bones of your hand, your skeletal hand. And
Fergus,
if you look up and see yourself in the mirror, you can see like your fleshy hand. It looks like it's been burned, and there's blood, like streaking down your hand in the reflection.
I'm going to kind of look back to Tolston and say, "Hey, Shadow Man, come open the door."
The handle be trapped.
Everybody can see this and hear
It glows hot with
sizzling.
fire.
I'm going to step back and look at Telemon. Perhaps we should destroy the mirror first. It seems to be some sort of enchantment. Or perhaps you could disenchant it. And I'm going to look at him puzzled.
I wonder if we should. It could be that destroying the mirrors, or the mirror in this case, could merely block our path entirely.
What if simply robbing it of its power? Is this within your reach?
It could be
Why not
the
have
magic is
Tolsten
part of
open
what
it?
takes us to where we need to go. Rob it of its power, it may open to a blank wall. Do not know.
I'll nod and kind of look to the others and see what their opinion is.
Mayhap. The only method I would have of opening a door other than the handle is not friendly to the object in question.
This place is attuned to Tolsten, right? Maybe he can open it.
Yeah, so I guess Tolsten looks at you all, looks to Telemon, looks to Haru.
This door can do significant damage to one who touches it.
Tolsten, I guess, shrugs and he says, well, if this is the only way out, he goes and he puts his hand on the door handle and turns it. There's a click, and the door opens up.
Always that, isn't it?
Very well then. You are fine then?
So Tolsten moves back to the back of the cart and starts pushing it out. Does everybody leave the hallway?
I use my remaining 2 balance on myself.
All right.
I continue out of the hallway.
Give me a wisdom roll, Telemon.
Yay.
All right, Telemon. As you are walking out of the room, you catch just the faintest glimpse of your reflection in the mirror, and you see yourself on fire. You see yourself wearing a golden ring on your finger, and like the flesh being peeled from your bones with fire. And you shudder and you start to hurry out the door. You see something else in the reflection. You see the reflection of another person who is not standing in the room. Do you continue out the door, or do you try to look at this other person?
Old Tell will continue, young Tell will look.
All right. So yeah, you stop and you turn to look in the mirror. You see when you turn around, you see in the reflection a figure standing in the reflection, but not in the room. He's wearing dark mottled gray cloak, dark clothing beneath it, and he has a hood up. But as he turns, you see the face of your old acquaintance, Memon Graves. And he looks older than last time you saw by a good 10 or 15 years. He's got some graying to his temples. And he appears to be holding a bag, but the bag is not cinched closed, and just within the from the top of the bag you can see a dim red glowing coming from within the bag.
Huh. Red glowing is not something I normally associate with the interior of bags.
Haru and Power Core, do you walk out of the room?
Come, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Your destiny awaits.
Kind of walk out of the room.
All right, Haru and Power Cord are able to successfully exit the room with Tolsten. Telemon and Fergus, however, when you try to leave the room, you walk through the portal. Ahead of you, you can see an unlit dark passageway, and you think you can see the figures of your friends. But when you kind of emerge from the darkness, you step out of one of the alcoves in the hallway from which you just attempted to exit. Haru and Powercord, you are moving behind Tolston, who is pushing the cart forward, and you emerge into the base of what looks to be some sort of large sort of rampway. Like there's a stairwell, I guess, and up a ramp about 20 feet to the right, you can see some sort of like pulley or loading system. And looking up, you can see you're sitting, or I guess you're standing at the base of a tall shaft. You can't see the top, but you can see some illumination coming from at least 60 or 80 feet up.
So I walk forward and I walk out of a side in the same hallway?
Mm-hmm. If you turn around, you see Telemon right behind you, and right behind him is a mirror. And you're currently standing in an alcove between two alcoves where there are two sets of armor.
Yeah,
Well, I'm gonna.
magics.
How big and what
Yeah.
type is this armor, by the way?
You're not in the room, but it was full plate.
Ah,
I'm
interesting.
gonna help Tolston kind of push this cart if it's gonna be going up a ramp.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's gonna need the help. So you help him push it up the cart, and he says, "Huh? Well, maybe we can get it up to the upper levels with this loading system." He turns around like he's talking to someone, like maybe Telemon. He looks and he says, "What? Well, where are the others?"
So-
I'm gonna turn back and also be.
I run at full speed toward the end of the door. I
Okay.
try to run through it.
Telemon, have you moved since you emerged from the mirror?
I think I would have turned around and been looking at the mirror, thinking this is odd.
You're looking in the mirror and you see your reflection, and you see like it looks like almost like running from behind you the sudden appearance of Fergus, and before you have time to react, from within the mirror, Fergus just appears and he bowls right into your crotch, and the two of you are like
Ugh.
tumbled to the ground. You basically just get hit by like linebacker dwarf.
And from my
Ah.
point of view, he just
Come
kind of
on.
disappears, right?
You're not in the room. You guys walk down the hallway, and Volney
Yeah.
now realize that they're not there.
Yeah, but then I mean, I saw Fergus. Fergus was with me, right?
No, he tried to leave the room and he couldn't. Haru and you walk down the hallway. Fergus and Telemon are still back in the hallway. The hallway of
Oh.
mirrors.
Yeah, I'm definitely very puzzled by what's going on here, and mostly looking for Telemon because I was trying to protect him, and now he's gone.
Well, do you look from where you came?
Absolutely, yeah, definitely. I will,
Yeah, you can see Telemon currently on the floor in the hallway of mirrors. It looks like he's been tackled by Fergus.
I'm gonna try to make my way back to him if I can.
Yeah, he's only like 60
Yeah, alright,
feet away.
Telemon. We appear to be trapped in this hallway.
I am fine. It does seem to be that way. I put myself together, probably brushed myself off, and go to examine the mirror we ran out of.
All right. It looks like a normal mirror. Although when you're looking at it at like different angles, the reflection seems to shift just very subtly and not in a way that you can fully comprehend. It kind of gives you a headache looking at it.
Indeed. I put my hand against it. Maybe we could, I don't know if we walk through the mirrors or whatnot.
You feel the cool surface of a mirror.
No seems to be the answer.
Harry, do you come back into the room?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna come over to Telemon as soon as I get an opportunity and ask him, what is wrong?
We cannot pass through the door. When we pass through it, we come out of this mirror here.
I'll turn and say, I wonder why that would be. I'm gonna kind of look back. Perhaps one of us can carry you through.
Perhaps. I do not think it would work, though.
I'll,
Perhaps worth a try.
I'll look down and I'll say, I will give it a shot. If it works, I will come back for Fergus, and I will bend down and try and carry Calamon through the doorway.
All right. Are you like fireman's carrying or like over the threshold carrying?
Really?
Yeah, I could do anyone. It depends on how Tegus Telemon wants to board. He could ride on my shoulders like Master Blaster if that's what he tries to do.
Got nice
don't
handholds.
think that will work. I'd probably just be on your back with my arms on your neck, I think.
All right.
That works.
So you walk through the door, Haru, and you suddenly, as you pass through the portal, you feel a lightning on your back, and Telemon, you fall through the mirror that you've walked through before.
Oof. Well, I know about that.
I'll turn back and say, "Are you all right?"
I'm fine. A little perturbed at this, but no harm done so far.
Kind of glance back and holler over to the power cord and Tolston say, "Do you need my assistance? The others cannot pass through the doorway."
Tolston says, "What do you mean they can't pass through the doorway?" Like yelling back from where he's loading the card onto the pulley system.
Telemon,
Barrier simply will not let them pass.
mayhap you hold Tolston's hand as you pass the doorway. It has worked on everything else.
Do not know. I wish to examine the other mirrors, starting with the one across from this one.
All right. You look at this mirror. It seems completely normal. But when you're looking into the reflection and you see the reflection of the other mirror and the reflection of the reflection of the other mirror, you definitely do start to get something of a headache, but not nearly as bad as when you were looking into the first mirror.
Huh. I touched this one as well. See if it is any different.
It is cool.
Huh. The door we came through, did it mirror on the other side as well?
Nope. It looked to be wooden on the other side.
What does that door look like when reflected in the chromed door?
What does
Looking at one end of the hall, what does the other end of the hall look
The
like?
doors that we opened at the end of the hall, when we were looking into them, it was the reflective door. How does the door we came through reflect in that door?
Oh, you mean the very first door that you passed through, the one that
It's
made the click?
It's a straight hallway, right?
Yeah, straight hallway. 2 doors. If you turn around, the other door is still open. You didn't close it behind you.
Huh. Perhaps
You
we
can,
should close the door.
Both doors are currently open. You can see the blue torches of the.
Telemon, do you know anything about these magic mirror hallways?
They are tricky in how they are built normally. I would expected to more of them to pass through, though. It seems just the one. I wonder what the others are for.
I was more inquiring if you wished to spout lore with an assisted roll. No.
I would love to spout lore.
What is how does Fergus assist in this lore of mirrors?
I prompt him with questions as we go. I'm like, what, who would design such things, and how would one bypass them?
Okay, I think that's acceptable assistance. Roll your bond with Telemon.
I think during this time, I'd be muttering things about like,
8.
Strange this hallway. I would expect it to have a puzzle of sorts as you figure out which mirror to pass through, or perhaps a pattern of them.
So you get a +1 on your spout lore, if you so desire.
Indeed.
Oh, it's a good thing you had a +1.
Well, it would be an 8. I didn't add the +1 to that because I just clicked my macro.
All right. It's not giving you an opportunity to add a modifier.
No, my macro's all set up.
He made one. He didn't set it up that way.
So you recall Sarcasmos telling you about a time back on the island where, before you first met him, when you guys were trapped in the Tomb of the Dreaded One, where he was stuck in a hallway of mirrors. Apparently for a day, maybe 2 days. He said he was not quite sure how long he was stuck in there. You recall him kind of giving you a very basic explanation of how he got there. He kind of was exploring the interior of the island with a party of other goblins, and they got separated. He ended up in a corridor of mirrors, which you never saw. And apparently he was not able to leave the corridor. It took him supposedly like 1 or 2 or maybe more days to find what was apparently a secret exit from the corridor. He didn't particularly say how he did it, or how the corridor was designed.
I mentioned this to Fergus, and like perhaps we should have a look around. Maybe we'll find such a thing as another exit to leave by.
Mayhap.
We should not get separated. I'll probably holler out as I hear this plan and say that perhaps you should wait for us to return before you venture to another exit.
I've been looking around in this room particularly for the time being. Whether it be like candlesticks to pull or whatnot like that, maybe perhaps.
So, sorry, are you trying to discern realities now?
Indeed.
It's kind of what it sounds like. So you're trying to go around, pull the torch sconces. What else are you trying to do?
I would examine the other mirrors like I did the first one.
How would you examine them? Are you just looking at them?
I'd probably be looking for any type of text they would happen to have, anything that would be like, if they're maybe tilted a different way than the other ones, if they perhaps show a different reflection than I would expect them to show, things of that nature.
All right. Is Fergus helping in this endeavor?
Yeah, I'll look around the suits of armor.
Okay. What are you doing around the suits of armor?
Looking for switches and other
Okay.
such
All
mechanical
right,
things.
give me another aid roll. Power Cord, have you come back to the group by now? You and Tolston have gotten the cart loaded up onto the pulley system, and you guys have kind of like, I think, wandered back to Herudeshret wondering what's going on.
Well, since nobody else, I'm just gonna stick with Tolston, basically.
Okay. Yeah, I think he probably wanders back towards Heru, and he just says, What's going on? I think Tolston sees you standing at the very edge of the room, Haru.
I will. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm going to walk back towards Telemon and Fergus. I'm going to try to get close to them because I don't want Telemon to get lost in some pocket dimension with no way out.
Yeah, you go back into the room. You don't have any problems. All right, Telemon. Haru, do you help them search the room?
Absolutely, I'll help them search.
How would you help?
I'm going to try to look around for, specifically, I guess, to see maybe if I can see any illusions or pierce any illusions with
All
my
right.
heightened senses.
Why don't you give me an
Anything
aid
just in this
roll?
room.
All the statues are the same, right?
They're not statues. They're suits of armor.
But they're on like displays, right?
They're on armor stands,
That reminds me, I need to actually write my new
from what it looks like.
Next time I camp. Alright, but let me roll this right now, hold on.
All right, so you're getting a collective +2 to your discern realities roll, Telemon.
But
All right.
fortunately, it's not 12.
Too bad you don't have a book about magic mirrors.
Nope. I don't have any books anymore. The realities.
Haru, when you try to walk through the door, we emerge from a mirror. It appears to be we have been ensorcelled somehow.
Let's start with what here is not what it appears to be.
All right. That mirror that you came out of, you turn around and you definitely start focusing your attention on that. The more you look at it, the more you determine that the reflection it's giving off, it's giving off sort of the reflection that you would expect, but it also seems to be giving a faint reflection of the lengthwise of the hallway itself, which is very, very peculiar and very hard to look at. It kind of hurts your eyes to look at, and you I think you definitely realize it is not just a normal mirror, and it is different from the other mirrors. Let me think. I think with Fergus's help, and you specifically were talking Telemon about pulling torch sconces. You discover that one of these torch sconces is indeed loose of some sort, and you tug it and you pull it downward, and you hear like a sliding and a grating sound, but there is no visible change. But this is apparently some sort of switch that you have triggered. You don't exactly know what it has done, however.
Okay. What here is useful or valuable to me?
I think you're walking back around, like you would probably try to find out what the switch did, right?
Yeah.
Would you go back to the mirror? I would assume.
Yeah, I would look on all the mirrors, but yeah.
That
the
one in
the one
particular?
that was special.
You can see. I think after looking at it, it looks a little bit odd. You can see it's actually, it looks like it's displaced a little bit. Like it's the reflection is off by a few degrees, and you look at it, looks like one side of it is actually slid out from the wall, like maybe 2 centimeters. You open, I guess you put your fingers around it and you pull it open, and there's actually a door behind it, like an open archway, and behind it there is a small chamber from which you feel magic emanating.
Huh.
What do you see, Telemon?
This seems to be a chamber.
Yeah, there is. It's a small circular chamber. Inside, there is a pedestal in the center of it, and then arrayed around the outer edge are a series of shelves. There's all sorts of odds and ends on the shelves, but on the pedestal in the center there is a familiar-looking bag that you have seen very recently.
Indeed. What should I be on the lookout for? Actually, no. I'm not gonna ask that one. I'd rather ask what is about to happen.
This is the hard part where the GM has to determine if he's supposed to predict the player's actions or not.
I'm probably going to pick up the bag, but
I don't think I'm supposed to try to predict your actions. I'm probably supposed to say, from what events have already been set in motion, what is about to happen that the players do not know about. Nothing that you do not know about is about to happen.
right. Well, I'm gonna pick up the bag then.
All right. It feels a little bit lighter than its outward bulk would indicate. It looks like it's got something somewhat voluminous inside. Do you open it up?
I would look inside, yes.
There is a glass jar. Inside is a thick, dark brown substance. If you examine it, it looks to be sort of, I would say, it looks like it's been hardened over the years. But at one point it might have been liquid or close to liquid. It's filling the bottom, I guess, third of the jar.
Huh.
You definitely feel kind of a tingling between your fingers as you're holding this glass jar.
One wonders is this what blood would look like after a long time.
Or are we just going to kind of hover behind Telemon in a defensive stance, not trusting this place, keeping an alert eye out?
I guess Tolston probably wanders into the room. What have you found?
Jar. When I looked in the mirror, I saw Femin Graves holding a bag that looked much like this one. It had a red glow to it. The bag looked the same as this, and this is what was inside.
Yeah, he starts looking around the room, like picking items off the shelf, kind of coughing a little bit as dust swirls around. He's like, "Oh, this is peculiar. What is this labeled? Ugh. Vampire kidneys." Ugh. And, like, he puts it back onto the shelf. I guess this might have been the store place for things that I guess he didn't want anyone finding. I don't know why he would care about vampire kidneys.
Indeed. I'm curious about this jar, though. I'm here looking for blood of some kind.
Well, it's been, what, a century more since this place has been inhabited.
Indeed.
It does not. Our original problem is getting out of the hallway, though. Yes.
Indeed. I wonder if this is what I was looking for.
That.
But if it
Darn.
is, I don't know what to do with it.
I do not know if it would react poorly if I was to attempt to sanctify it, restore it to its original state, but if this is a truly evil blood sample or something that's beyond what I understand it to be, I do not know what effect that might have. It may be unwise.
I do not know what state it has to be in to be used. It does not seem to be the wise course of action.
You didn't really ask any particular questions about how you were supposed to use the item that you were supposed to gain.
No.
Perhaps we should take what we can, and then I'll kind of motion, figure it out when we have reached a place of greater safety or at least quiet.
Indeed. We still must find a way out of this hallway, though.
Should we take any of the other artifacts?
Poor Nicodemus is turning over in his grave. This is like his treasure house.
I bet it would be.
What all's in here right now?
I think
Sorry,
all of the
treasure.
power cord are now.
I mean treasure, like...
Oh, there's no treasure in here per se, but there's jars and vials and like this is like obviously like an alchemist's wet dream. Like there seems to be like a bowl full of scales or something. Like a lot of weird things in here.
Telemon, perhaps you should empty the rest of the store into your bag of holding. We might not be able to restore all of it, but on the off chance, you never know what we might need from this spot.
Perhaps that is true. What comes out of the bag isn't always what goes into the bag, though.
Items that you fear may be vital, you might not want to place in there, but I'll kind of motion over to the rest of the items and say that I do not believe we can carry them all otherwise, and I do not know what we will need.
It's either that or leave it here, Tolston says.
That is true.
It's not doing anyone good in this location. I believe it is time that it,
I'm not putting the jar that came out of the other bag into that one, though.
Are you gonna start like take 20 minutes or so to like start dumping the contents of the room slowly into the bag of holding?
I'll get my hand with it if you do.
Okay. Yeah. So you get like a bunch of jars of things. Like looks like a brain somewhere in a jar. Looks like some sort of skull, some bones, all sorts of random things. Like a whole huge bowl full of scales, like metallic scales that are like dark reddish. You just dump those right in there. There seems to be a sack full of similar scales. There seems to be some claws. It takes you a long time to get everything up, like a whole mess of vials. And yeah, it seems impossible that this tiny little bag of holding could hold everything, but you drop everything in there one by one and it just kind of disappears into the bag. Doesn't make a sound.
Very well, then. So they're all dragony type bits? I heard claws.
Not all of
I heard
Not all of
scales.
them. There were some notably dragony bits.
Alrighty.
There were definitely some feathers in there too. I think there was notably one feather that was like as long as Fergus is tall, and it was like jade green.
Uh-huh. That is a large feather. Obviously came from the world's biggest peacock.
there's
Not likely.
anything interesting, perhaps you should hold on to it for later without placing it in the bag if there's a risk with the bag.
Unfortunately, everything's in the bag.
Ah, okay.
you just told me everything was going in the bag.
Oh yeah, I've been dumping stuff in the bag.
You can now say though that you have a huge hoard of miscellaneous, rare, magical, potentially magical alchemical items in here. If you need to try to draw one out, it is entirely possible that you could probably draw one.
I
Of
just
most
thought of
sorts.
some sort going. I could do this if I had a worm's left lung. Well, let me see if I have it in my bag.
That is essentially what you have just done to the bag of holding.
Indeed.
It is entirely possible that if you need a rare ingredient, you probably have it in there somewhere. You just have to roll high.
Large store of mystical/magical ingredients.
You have enabled luck rolls for random magic item, or for random magic ingredients. Well, maybe not so random, but either.
Yeah.
Yep.
Never
Hero
know
actually
what you
would have
might
a pretty
need.
good odds of it. My odds are not so good.
All right. So, do you know anything about this armor?
You mean the armor out in the
Yeah.
hallway? He kind of looks out and he kind of walks out there with you, and I guess he raps on it. Well, a little odd. I'd never known a Graves to wear full plate. Looks to be, what, 10 suits of it?
Something
Somewhat
like that.
peculiar.
I'm gonna guess this plate doesn't look like it would fit a Minotaur.
Unfortunately not.
I'm gonna look over and say that
You
perhaps
might...
it is some sort of an enchantment.
Well, what all have you tried? You said you can't walk out the door?
Can't walk out the door. I've been looking around. Only the one mirror seems to be different than the others, more magical. The one that it expels as I walk through.
I guess if it expels you out, we probably need to put it back instead of having it face the wall. That might get ugly.
Indeed.
Tolman, how does the magic behind your cloak work? Perhaps you could enter the mirror that way.
I do not know how they would interact. Generally a dangerous area of experimentation.
I think now that you're walking out of the alchemy room, and as Tolston's closing the door behind you with a click, you do sense something else in the keep that you had felt before, but now that you're kind of aware of the magical presence that you were just in, you can kind of filter it out. There is a strong but sort of, I don't want to say dull, I want to say constant source of magical energy somewhere very close by, just out of the exit of this room. It feels like a place of power.
Huh. Indeed. Is it in a place that I can reach to right now?
No, it seems to be in the direction that Haru, Powercord, and Tolston were exiting.
Uh-huh. That could we be able to exit this room? That should be very useful. Perhaps. But, now... So continue looking around for possible ways out of this room. Are all the armors the same? Like they're all like identical full plates?
They're not like identical. It looks like they're all full plate. They're not like the exact same set. They were all obviously made by like not mass produced. No, they're all roughly very similar.
So nothing notable that stands out about a given one or anything like that.
What would you consider notable?
Like if one is like a noticeably different color, or has like some type of mark of rank the others don't have, or hoping that-
They all are wearing red cloaks. If that's anything of a note.
not particularly.
What is everybody else doing to try to figure this out?
I'm mostly on high alert for anything to come after us, or traps, or more of those vampire things. I'm mostly kind of just on security, I guess, while I'm letting them sort out the magical mystery that's outside of Haru's wheelhouse, and he has no
If I
guidance
take
right
one of
now.
the cloaks and put it over the mirror I exit through, can I see that on the door before I walk through it?
Well, the thing is, you're not actually walking through a reflective surface when you're walking through the door.
I would
We're
see
walking through an
I
open
would
door.
probably see what happens. At worst, it'll just into my face again. So
If you
I
if you
prepare to
hang a
catch him.
cloak over the mirror, you walk through the open door. You find yourself walking into a cloak, but you didn't see it because you're walking into thin air.
I'm just gonna be kind of hanging out, kind of drumming on my knee with the javelins.
There's a steady tempo. I think, like, do you look over at the mirrors occasionally, Power Chord? You can see. I think you can see yourself in the mirror with the lute, and it looks like he's obviously trying to play in tune with you. You're having like a small 1-2 person jam session.
Yeah, definitely want to get in on the mirror jam session.
If only you could get these mirrors to face each other, you could have like multiple power chords and you could form a band.
Yeah.
I would probably try and I don't know. I already looked through them and see if there's anything particular they had happened to show. Probably won't do anything. What happens if I walk backwards through the door without looking where I'm going?
You almost trip as you fall out of the mirror.
Yeah, kind of expected that, but had to try it.
Perhaps, if you close your eyes, Telemon, and do not look at what you pass through, it may now hold no sway over you.
Perhaps so. There's something to try. I try it.
Right, so you close your eyes and you try to walk through the door.
Yeah.
You appear through the mirror again.
Doesn't seem to be a vision thing.
Going to give it some thought here for a second. Does anyone have anything to cover the mirror with? Perhaps that would be sufficient.
He already tried that.
Oh.
He put his cloak over it.
I've stopped drumming with the javelins, and now I'm kind of holding them like the neck of my lute, and I'm just sort of air guitaring with the knee in the mirror.
Yeah, I think he's headbanging, and you guys are having like a Dragon Force
I didn't
dual
want
guitar.
to try it, because I don't know what the repercussions might be, but I'm going to run out of options. I'm going to dispel magic the receiving portal.
Okay. Roll dispel magic.
Do I have a modifier? I do. Nine. I will forget the spell.
All right. So describe to me what it looks like when you dispel this mirror.
Well, imagine I would run my hands over it, and there's a small energy field that emits from my hands, and hopefully it will nullify the magic therein.
All right, yeah. You feel an odd tingling through your fingers, and suddenly the mirror is no longer hard to look at.
This mirror should no longer expel us now. Now I must see what happens when we walk through the door.
All right, so you walk out of the alcove and start making your way back to the door.
Yes.
So as you're walking through, you notice an odd light from above you, and one of the globes that you had forgotten about before, one of the orbs on the ceiling, is glowing a fervent red. And suddenly there is a crack of thunder as a bolt of red lightning strikes out, not at you, but at one of the suits of armor. And then there is another crack as one of the other orbs fires off a second bolt, and the third orb on the far end of the hallway fires another one. All told, striking 3 sets of armor.
As soon as that happens, I'm going to empower my weapon.
All right.
I've been suspicious of his armor for a while. Let me try to hurl it. And I'm lighting it up.
From the depths of the hallway, you can't make out where it's coming from. You hear several voices as one, kind of muffled, saying, "In life we failed the rebellion, but in death we will protect that which we should have." And stepping off of the armor stands, the three full plate figures stepped forward, drawing swords from the sheaths on their belts, and they move to attack. One of them goes to immediately attack Power Chord, who was in the middle of his guitar duel.
I've been sort of just kind of, jamming out here, and I'm going to kind of finish my little jam here by looking at this animated armor, flipping the lever, turning it up to 11, and yelling, "Hear my song, gaze into my eyes. You will serve me or you will die."
Awesome.
Oh, that was a good time to
Yeah,
roll
so
well,
it turns, and you see like bright red eyes. I guess lights where eyes would be within its helmet, and it raises its sword and it brings it down and it halts right in front of you. And there's kind of like a shrieking of metal as it turns, and it suddenly attacks one of the nearby suits of armor.
See, now when you said that, I heard that in like Super Metal Warhammer 2000 or Warhammer 20,000 Reverberations, but serve the order, or you.
Yeah.
So
For the God Emperor. Telemon, what do you do?
I just got summon monster.
All right.
Eleven. You know what? Let's have some fun. I will forget the spell and empower it. Take all options.
Ooh.
I will maximize its effects.
All right. Summon monster. All right, so you will maximize the effects. You get +2 instead of +1 to one stat. Which stat do you want?
One stat. I will take probably strength. Yeah.
Okay. It's not reckless. It does 1d8 damage. It's spawned to your plate is strong, 2 HP for each level you have. It has some useful adaptation. Okay, so there is a ripple in one of the mirrors, and let's see what emerges. Can you roll a d10?
Glastel V2 emerges. No, sorry.
6.
What is this 6? Ooh, that'll be interesting. Let me turn to a page in the book. Oh, very interesting. So, from out of the mirror steps a massive hulking orc, dressed in primitive hides and leathers. Let's see here. He carries a giant, a giant war. I guess probably a war sword over his shoulder. There's actually like furs over the blade, like over the handle, and there's many notches upon the almost surfboard sized blade. You see that there's a prominent scar over this guy's face, and this being has a slight, not transparency to him, but like an odd shimmer to his being for the first few seconds as he walks through the mirror and he looks about, and you suddenly feel that you have seen this person before, and you recall a certain starry night, which you spent upon the island, in which you had a dream, and you awoke and found yourself taking place in some sort of ancient, forgotten ritual with long dead orcs. You got the feeling that it wasn't yourself, but it was you were living somebody else's memories per se, and you were being welcomed into their tribe. You see the tribal marker upon the like the right shoulder of this orc that you recognize, and he turns and he looks and he sees you, and there's like an instant communication between the two of you of this like kind of unspoken bond, and he walks out, muscles rippling, as he readies his
I don't
sword.
think I had that particular event, but
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you did.
if it was one of the things the pillars gave, I didn't touch any of those.
Did you not?
No, it was Recluse did one, Victor did one, and Demus did one.
It still happens.
Okay.
You don't recognize it, but there is still a bond there that you don't know where it comes from. You do recognize the symbol from when you met that ghost of the shaman outside the Black Pyramid.
Indeed. Well met. Let's destroy the armors.
So yeah, he steps out of the mirror. Fergus, what do you do?
I attack the nearest armor.
All right, how do you attack?
I go low for the legs.
All right, give me a low for the legs.
For reference, they're just like animated floating suits of armor in the shape of people now, right?
They are not floating.
Well, planking around.
Yeah.
There's no like body parts or anything we see, right? They're just like armor suits.
Yep. Very reminiscent of when you guys fought the Howling Knight. Yeah, give me damage. Ooh, that's a
13.
good hit.
AP 1. I think. Yes. Plus 2 piercing, actually.
So, you go for the legs, and I think you hook your axe back beneath one of their ankles, and you topple him down, and you move forward for like a hacking strike at this suit of armor, and he rolls out of the way. Surprisingly dexterous for a giant hunking suit of armor. He comes up and tries to punch you in the face, and you dodge out of the way, and you slice across his arm that he tried to punch you with your axe, and it shears right through his gauntlet and takes it right off. And from the interior of the armor, you can just see kind of a roiling, blackened mist sort of within the armor that starts to retreat deeper into the armor as it's exposed to the light as the gauntlet falls off. Haru, what do you do?
I'm going to try to find the closest armor between Telamon and myself, and I'm going to try to move in between and stand in defense of that area.
All right, give me a con roll.
We're coming right up.
I'll be back in just a moment.
11.
That is successful.
Marking down 3 hold.
One second. All right. So one of I think the one that has yet to do anything but get hit by a sword at the command of Power Chord turns and lunges at Telamon. Telamon, would you care to defy danger?
He would if he was here.
Oh yeah, that's right. I
He's
was
coming
reading
from
some-
back right now.
That not am I not in position to defend against that one?
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, that does trigger your defend.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna step in. I'm gonna swing my sai around a couple times. I'm gonna try to latch it right in like a nook and cranny in the armor, and I'm gonna try to use it like almost a pull to redirect the armor away from Telamon towards me and put it off balance. So I'm going to
Interesting.
use redirect and attack from thing to yourself, have the attacks affect your damage, and I'm going to give it a +1 forward against the attacker.
Okay, roll d8 plus 5. All right, you take 9 damage, and you are slammed back into the wall. It's actually 5 damage since you cut it in half. Though we round down 4 damage. But yeah, you are nevertheless slammed back into one of the walls, and I think you smack into a mirror and it cracks behind you as you feel that this thing has incredible power behind it. But it does open this thing up to an attack. Power Chord. It's your turn, and this thing is pretty vulnerable. It has its back to you.
Where is it, like, in relation to Telamon? Because it just hit Telamon, right?
It hit Haru.
Oh, Haru. Okay.
He was
Yeah,
trying
it was
Telamon, but I redirected it with my defense.
Yeah. It made a lunge at Telamon, and Haru redirected it.
Okay, so it's like right next to Haru still.
Yeah, Haru is in one of these alcoves, and he's actually sort of pinned in one of the alcoves, and this thing is standing in front of him, kind of trapping him in there, and you have its back.
Basically, I've got my thigh kind of wedged in a crack, and I'm trying to hold it at bay with the length of it right now.
And
but you have
this-
a +1 if you attack it.
Where's that, like, that orc guy at, kind of in relation to us?
He is on the far side of the group, next to Telamon, raising his sword to defend himself.
Hmm. I'm going to just deliver a not really a scream, but just kind of an extremely low, bassy roar with Metal Hurlant at the armor that's like in front of Haru there,
Okay.
and just try to shake it apart, basically.
All right. Give me a Metal Hurlant roll with a +1. All right. Roll your damage. I think you get advantage. Wait, hang on.
Oh wait, yeah, I do get advantage to
It's
Sonic.
advantage on your attack, I
What?
think.
Was that your attack roll? What are you rolling that with? Power Chord? Charisma?
Con, actually.
Oh, okay.
Interestingly. Yeah, any moves made with the use of Sonic damage or effects are made with advantage.
Yeah.
So re-roll that, I guess.
Yep.
That part is, even if you roll bad, you can't do worse than a 9.
Yeah. Okay, so that's a 9 then.
It's a good thing you didn't roll a 6.
Yeah. That would've
Yeah, the
been
one
bad.
caveat about his advantage is if it's a failure, the consequences are worse than a normal failure.
Oh,
Yeah. So now roll your damage. Ooh. 15. So you let out this incredible blast as like I think you raise an arm and you twist one of your gizmos on it, and you know there's like a loudspeaker on your bracer, and you just point your arm at this thing and you just direct like a Tony Stark-esque sort of sonic blast at this thing, and you catch the armor right behind and it starts to crack and shatter. But you rolled mediums, so I think on that roll I get to determine a secondary target. Yeah, so your blast goes outward, and every mirror in the room shatters.
Wow.
Yeah, the whole
boy.
room just rings with this massive screech. Everybody, has to put their hands up to their ears for a second, and the orbs on top of the ceiling go absolutely nuts as they start thunderbolting another 3 sets of armor.
Damn it.
But you disintegrate the set of armor that was attacking Haru. Like it falls apart. Like it utterly falls apart in front of you. And Haru, where there was a piece, like a suit of armor standing in front of you, it collapses, and then standing behind him, with his arm raised towards it, with his other hand on his arm, with like a very Iron Man sort of pose, is Power Chord just standing there.
I'm totally gonna give him one of those brief lock eyes with like a, good job nods before I spin my sigh around again and start looking for a new opponent.
All right, Telemon, what do you want to do? There are currently 5 suits of armor now. Although one of them looks like it's missing most of an arm.
Right. I wish to double team the one that looks partially broken with myself and the orc guy.
Okay. All right. So you're gonna run. This is actually the one that Fergus is fighting too. So you're gonna run in and try to flank this guy.
Hi. Telemon?
I'm with you, Fergus.
Do you want it to aid you or make an attack of its own?
I think I will.
It sounds like you're wanting. Okay, you're wanting to aid it. Now let me see here. Does aid specify? I think we covered this last time. You have to have a bond with someone in order to aid them.
Right. So I probably can't.
The thing about summon monster is it aids you the best it can. So I'm going to rule that it has a +1 on its aid for you. So obviously your summoned monster can aid you in what you are trying to do.
I will instruct it to attack, but I will stand in defense of Fergus.
Okay. All right. Roll a hack and slash with a +2.
Fail.
Ooh. Roll a D8 +5.
10.
Yeah, your monster takes 10 damage, or your summoned orc. As he goes to slash at this armor, and I think knocks him backwards and then curses in Orcish. The only person who speaks Orcish here is Power Chord, right? I think Power Chord, you're the only one that understands this, and you hear him cursing in like this really old dialect, and all he's saying is like, "Cursed metal man, like what is this foul skin?" Like he's never seen armor before in his life, and he doesn't know how to attack it. So yeah, he attacks this piece of armor really recklessly, and suddenly his sword is grabbed and stopped cold, and the armor just reaches out and punches him with his free arm and sends him flying backwards with a pretty big chunk. And you want to defend Fergus, was that right?
Yeah.
All right, give me your con.
9. 1 hold.
All right. Fergus, Telemon runs up to like guard your back, and all about you pieces of armor are coming to life. One of them disintegrates. The one that you were fighting is now getting bashed by an orc that was pulled through a mirror by Telemon. What do you do, dwarf?
Attack the one that was just the orc just attacked?
Mm-hmm. That's the one that you actually damaged too.
Yep.
Right, give me a hack and slash.
For reference, I don't get experience for summon monsters rolls, right?
No.
Right, okay, that's what I thought.
13.
Ooh, damage.
8.
How do you want to end him?
I just cut his head from his shoulders.
Okay, yeah. So you sever the helmet, and it
And
just
maybe
flies
this
away.
mist just goes out of it or
Yep.
something.
Yeah, and I think it stiffens and it falls over and clatters, and the pieces
That's
fall
what.
apart.
Good. There's 5 more.
Haru, you're coming out of the
Four more.
alcove when one of the fresh pieces of armor just charges right at Power Chord's back. Power Chord obviously can't turn his head enough to look behind himself now. He needs probably rear view mirrors. He can't see what's happening, but you can. What do you do, Haru?
I am going to scream to Power Chord behind you, and then I'm going to whisper a very rapid prayer of combat under my breath and cast Bless on Power Chord.
Ooh, interesting.
Here we go. Oh boy, this is a hard one. You know what? I'm looking to call some attention. I'm not being unnoticeable. I'm gonna go with unwanted attention.
All right.
I'm gonna get mobbed here.
So you yell for this for Power Chord to look behind him, and Power Chord I think staggers out of the way as this armor barely misses him, and then this thing like staggers directly towards you, raising a like a great sword. And you look and you see a second set of armor, which was looking around for a target, immediately make you a target and start staggering towards you as well. Power Chord, Haru Deshret is definitely under attack now.
Oh, is that wait. Was that for Blessed?
Yeah, you have
Yeah.
+1 to all stats from Bless as long as you don't retreat from combat.
Okay. I'm going to let's see here. I'm going to like take the javelins that I have kind of in each hand and like do a scissor slash on the like trying to hit the neck of the armor that's going after Haru.
Nice. All right. Do a hack and slash, please. Ooh. Roll your damage. Oh. This is a very Ninja Turtles moment. You come up behind one of these guys and you slam him on both sides of his helmet with your javelins, and there's suddenly a gong-like ringing as you smack both sides of this suit of armor's helmet, and you see it like wobble for a few seconds forward, obviously a little stunned by the blow, but it continues to stagger towards Haru. From out of one of the alcoves steps another suit of armor and goes for you, Fergus. I think triggering Telemon your defend.
Yes. I will deal 10 damage to it.
All right. All right. So you how do you do that?
I lash out with my saber.
Okay, so you hop forward and you you skewer it through an armor plate and you flick off, I think, a gauntlet, and then you flick off a piece of its shoulder. And as it's stalking inexorably towards Fergus, you're just like slashing bits of its armor off, and it's still coming closer. You damage a hefty amount of this thing, but it like at the end of its steady sort of Terminator walk forward, it raises its sword right above Fergus.
Oh, actually, it's 11 because it's +1 damage on the sword. But
Okay. Fergus, I think you turn around and you see this giant creature, mostly without armor, raising a sword above you like a cleaver, a split second away from bringing it down right on the top of your face. How do you defy this?
I dodge aside, taking Kel with me.
Ooh. Alright, this can be a dex, but it's going to be at a -1.
Alright, flat dice. 9.
You grab a hold of Telemon. You have enough time to push yourself out of the way, leaving him right there, or yank his cloak and throw him out of the way, leaving you right there.
I move Telemon out of the way.
Okay. Roll
Or
D8.
really be protected in this one.
D8 plus 5.
Brave dwarf.
8.
They don't have piercing, fortunately, but it is forceful. I think this slice comes down, dealing you 13 damage, and it knocks you literally flat down onto your chest with like a bone crunching thump, and you're just like basically pounded into the ground. What do you try to do, Fergus? As you are at a distinct disadvantage here on the ground. You look up and you see this piece of armor standing like right over you. You see Telemon having been flung to safety, and you see another set of booted armored greaves stalking up nearby.
I lunge forward and try to knock him over.
All right. You're going to get a -1 because of your disadvantageous position, but you can try to make a strength check to bowl this guy over.
Eight.
You can do it, but you're going to have to drop what you're holding to get a firm grip on him and get your feet dug into the floor and really motor him down to the ground. Like I think you get up and you shoulder into him, and it's like ramming yourself into a support column, and nothing happens. You think that if you can get a firm grip on him, you can probably topple him over, but you need your hands to do it.
Drop the axe and do so.
It's going to be the axe and the shield.
Okay. Yep, drop both.
Okay. Or yeah. So you drop both of those, they clatter to the ground, and you take this thing down to the ground. Roll a D4. Right, so it clatters heavily to the ground, but otherwise takes no damage. But its own sword clatters off to the side, the one that it smacked you with. And for a few seconds, at least, it appears helpless. Herr Deshret, you have two of these armored behemoths coming straight at you, and you are definitely cornered. They are only about 4 or 5 feet away. One of them has a greatsword. The other one, I think, has a mace and a shield. And they are coming to kill you.
I'm going to spin my side behind my back, kind of lock it up, and I'm going to use my other hand to motion at them to come on then, and I'm going to roll a defense of my current position.
All right.
Ooh, damn, that's a bad time to only get one hold.
What do you spend that hold on? Because they are definitely attacking your position.
Well, do I have to pick one or the other to do it, or do I just hold in general? I was gonna go,
They have a combined attack since they are attacking together.
Okay, half damage. Half damage for sure.
Okay, can you roll D10 plus 6?
I chose wisely.
You only take 4 damage, but you are
Thank
smacked. You are smacked again back into that alcove that you were the first time, and you are even more trapped than before. Power Chord, you are behind these guys again. You find yourself in this is the same position you were before, but instead of being behind one of them, you're behind 2 of them as they are attempting to smash Haru into one of these alcoves. On the other side of the floor, you can see Fergus has tackled one of these things to the ground. You see Telemon rising to his feet, and behind Telemon, there is another one of these armored creatures, kind of coming out of an alcove. What do you choose to do, Power Chord?
After seeing Fergus kind of take that nasty hit, I'm going to sort of recite some of my words about Fergus to bolster his spirits. Fergus, who stood against an army, he needs neither flesh nor blood to rend them from his foes.
Awesome.
So roll my arcane 8 here. Arcane art.
You get to roll that with advantage.
I'll take that.
Not that
Damn.
you need it. Wow.
So I'm going to heal him and give him +4 to damage.
Wow. Fergus is probably going to murderize some people.
Wow. So you get 8 healing and 2d4 to damage.
Jeez.
Wow.
Damn.
All right, so Telemon, you've been hurled out of the way of this
Well,
thing,
actually,
and
I
you
guess
see.
I should ask, how does healing, like, from arcane art work with undead?
He is healed.
Okay.
Don't worry. They don't have like holy damage like in Final Fantasy, which would have been cool, but it's not a thing in this game. So Telemon, you're I think like just getting to your knees when you see Fergus tackle this thing to the ground, and you hear somewhere in the background Power Chord just blaring through his amps, some song about Fergus the undead warrior. And you hear a clank behind you, and you look up, and you see this hulking suit of armor just standing right over you, and you know this thing's like just about to lay a wailing on you. When you hear a sudden like, and you see like black smoke just very briefly appear within like the seams of this armor, and you hear like a muffled voice from within the armor, say, "Oh, no wonder we don't wear this shit. Go, I'll try to keep it still." You hear the voice of Tolston inside the armor, and you suddenly see it start to try to flex its arms, and it looks like it's having trouble moving. What do you do, Telemon?
I am going to. I'm probably gonna attack.
It does look like Haru is in a bad spot.
Yes. I want to break it out now.
And don't forget your orc.
Yes.
I don't order the orc, you do.
I wish to have the orc go assist Haru.
All right. How do you wish to have him aid Haru? Do you want him to just attack his foes?
Attack the enemy that's between him and Haru.
Okay.
And then I'm probably going to attack the same myself.
Okay. All right. So you both make a charge. Give me your strength roll for your orc guy.
His strength is an 8, and my strength is only a 5. Pity.
Okay. So there are two of these guys. Roll a d8 plus 6, Telemon. You take 12, and are you holding a weapon?
I am.
You are knocked backwards, and your weapon is knocked out of your hand. Like it skitters across the floor with the force of the blow, and like the wind is knocked out of you. While your orc friend goes ahead and rolls his damage, which I think is a D8.
Indeed. 2.
Can you roll a D8 plus 6?
Oh, he's dead.
Ooh. Yeah, orc guy gets sliced in half, but not before he deals 2 damage to both of them. He does like a long, wide swing over them and knocks them out of the way enough for Haru. You can probably escape out of the alcove. They look distracted at the very least. But before we get to you, I'm going to ask Fergus what he wants to do. You're on top of this guy, and you can feel him just starting to resist you. You're probably going to have a fight on your hands in a moment, but you have an
I want to attempt to
opportunity.
pick him up and throw him into the other guy.
Fergus smash.
Twirling throw.
What is your load capacity?
Right now, 7 of 15. Well, actually, right now it's 4 of 15 because I don't have the.
Okay, yeah, you
Shield
can do
and
this.
sword.
You can do this without a penalty. Yeah, give me a heroic strength roll.
Ten.
The strength of the undead prevails. This is Fergus. Like you get up off of this guy, you grab him by the collar, and then you grab him by like the crotch plate, and you lift him bodily up into the air. And I think you hear a muffled voice from the other set of armor of Tolston saying, "Holy shit!" Is Fergus? Fergus lifts this guy up, and you chuck him across the room. Can you give me a volley roll?
Volley. Let's see here. Eight. And volley. I'm expecting volley. Bardic based volley. I'm assuming I can't pick ammo because this guy is my ammo, so to speak.
Unfortunately not. You cannot expend the bad guy.
I'll take what I can get.
So minus 1d6.
Minus 1d6.
Roll roll a d. This landing on someone could potentially break their back.
I'm rolling volley, right? So I do my damage.
That's true. Yeah, roll your damage minus d6.
14.
Wow,
Nice.
good roll. Holy shit, this is an epic moment in the campaign where Fergus picks up a suit of armor and crushes another suit of armor with it. This thing topples out of the air, Haru, and you're watching from the alcove as this second set of armor just flies from out of nowhere. You have no idea how this thing was thrown, but it hurtles through the air, smacks into this other one. You just hear like this crushing sound. I'm gonna say that damage is dealt to both of them. The one that you already had been fighting, Fergus, flies into pieces. The one that you threw it at is knocked off balance, and several of its armor plates are crushed, but it is not totally destroyed. But that was a 2-for-1 special there,
Well
my
done,
friend.
good dwarf.
I just dust my hands off.
I think you hear Tolston from within the armor. I'd clap, but if I did, I think it would break my arms. You might want to hurry. Haru, what do you do?
How many armors are left? Out of curiosity.
There is one near a power cord. There is one at your feet, which has been toppled. Looks like it's damaged. And then there is one on the other side of the room, which looks like it's frozen still.
I am going to raise my sai at the one that's on the ground in front of me, and I'm going to scream out that I will use your foul armor to rebuild mine in the glory of Mithra.
Okay.
And I'm going to roll Exterminatus as I try to smash the armor from above.
Nice.
So I'm just a hack and slash.
Yeah, hack and slash.
Here we go. Oof, gonna take a hit. Let's Might be worth it. Yeah. Should I roll damage?
Yeah, roll damage.
And how much does Exterminatus do again? Double checking right now. I think it's 2d something. Hold on a second.
2d4, I think.
I haven't used
Yeah,
it
plus
today.
2d4.
Plus 2d4. Okay, here we go.
Wow.
That looks good.
Now roll a d8 plus 5. You take 7, and I'm gonna say this thing gets up and tries to bear hug you, and lifts you from the ground and starts to slam you into the wall, and you start to smack it down with your side, and you sever one of its arms, and it drops you back to the ground, and you do like a spin, and suddenly it's down a leg. And it topples back to the ground, and it starts to get back up, and you slice across its chest, and very soon there is black mist just kind of escaping from all of the gashes, and it is no longer moving. Power Chord, what do you do?
Okay, so what does the arena look like right now? What is still alive and where is
There
it?
is one almost directly in front of you that looks like it is about to actually throw its mace right at Heru Deshret's face. Like it's winding up for a throw, and you can see where with its other arm where its shield is, it's pointed generally in the direction of Heru Death Threat. Death Threat. Heru Death
Death
Threat.
threat. That's oddly appropriate,
Right.
though.
I am going to like grab its helmet and kind of turn it around and just like stare into kind of the empty visor slit, and just with all my might just try to shout it into oblivion.
Oh boy. All right. Give me give me your roll. 11 damage.
No, that was my attack roll with advantage.
Oh yes, that's true. Nicely remembered.
So there's my damage.
Yeah. So the chest plate balloons outwards, and I think one of its arms falls off, and it like sags forward. Its chest piece definitely compromised, and it stumbles away from you. You're still holding its helmet, and it's like it's flailing around with its mace. Obviously, it has taken a significant blow here. Telemon, you've got the one that the Tolston's holding still, and it looks like he's having a very hard time keeping it from doing anything. You can see the thing trying to take a step, and Tolston's obviously struggling with it. And then across the other side of the hallway, you can see Power Chord is just utterly wrecked this thing from the inside out.
Okay. I'm gonna try something. You may or may not allow me to do it. I want to use Prestidigitation to cause the armor to rust.
Ooh, let me read Prestidigitation. I like this in theory, though. Perform minor tricks of true magic. If you touch an item as part of the casting, you can make cosmetic changes to it. You can clean it, soil it, cool it, warm it, flavor it, or change its color. If you cast a spell without touching an item, you can instead create minor illusions. I will allow you to attempt this, but you need to stake a spell on it, and it cannot be a cantrip.
Very well. I will stake detect magic because there's so much
Okay.
magic in here. It's not been helping me much.
Give it a roll.
Ten.
Nice. So you reach out and you touch this thing, and you don't notice any changes at first, but suddenly, like when it starts to move, you hear like a grinding sound, and you hear Tolson
And
like
just
say like,
because it's prestidigitation, I think I'm going to maximize the effects.
Okay. All right. And you're gonna lose the spell.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Tolston, you hear him inside say like, what's going on? What did you do? And then like
rusted
you
its
see like
joints.
the gauntlet fall off and start to disintegrate. You see Tolston's hand where the gauntlet was. Yeah, like the armor definitely very quickly starts to rust. Fergus, what is your action?
I pick up my shield and sword.
All right, yeah, you pick up your shield and sword. You get them ready.
Or
And
axe,
you see that
actually. but
axe, and across the room, you see the last remaining fighting one. Looks like it's being abused pretty substantially by power cord.
I
Do you
wish
wish to do anything?
to throw the axe of dragon slaying at the one that power cord's
Ooh.
fighting and
Okay.
automatically make it a 10.
Ooh, we haven't seen this yet. Kind of nice when you're at the end of an encounter. So, Axe of Dragon Slaying, True Strike, or Axe of Dragon Slaying, should I say. Once per encounter, as the wielder of a True Strike weapon, you may, after attacking with either hack and slash or a volley, opt to automatically succeed as if you rolled 10 plus. So yeah, you just fling it out there, roll damage. You like last of the Mohicans, this bitch.
8.
That is enough. So Haru is once again pulling himself out of this alcove, and like an axe flies right past you and sticks into this thing's breastplate, and then it just shatters and falls apart.
One left!
Yeah, and you turn like ready to turn on this last piece of armor, and you see the chest piece fall off, and like turn to rust, and you see Tolston standing there with most of the armor still on, and like he reaches up and he takes the helmet off, and he's like coughing, and he's got like rust in his hair, and he flings the helmet off, and he's like, ugh. Oh, I wonder how old that crap was. Ugh, it smells like someone died in here.
You're right.
None left!
Now that's
I'm
done. Hopefully we'll be able to leave the room.
I go and retrieve my axe.
Okay.
I'm gonna reach down and take what looks like just the largest single plate off this armor for later use.
With all the armor in here, you can definitely retrieve a breastplate
It's gotta be at least one that wasn't
for
destroyed.
resizing. Yeah. There was. I think there was definitely one that was just described as
As I
falling
walk
apart.
past Power, I bang a couple times on his armor, I'm like, nice armor, eh?
And I'm going to forget to turn off my lever and just kind of like yell and say, "Indeed."
Pulling back slightly.
You stagger back, ringing in your ears, and a piece of one of the few remaining pieces of glass from one of the mirrors tinks off and shatters on the ground, and you all realize that all of the mirrors in the entire room have been shattered and broken.
I'm gonna drop my my current magic effects and try to heal myself. I took quite a bit of damage in that fight.
Ah, that's good. It's good healing.
That's a terrible healing roll, but it could have been worse.
11, that's not
I'll take
bad.
it.
I'll take 11. 11's good.
Yeah, I'll definitely take.
Let's see here.
Yep, I was bashed against the back wall, so I'm at 10.
Haru, can you roll something for me real quick?
Absolutely. But I guess we're probably checking into this armor here while we're looking into tearing out a plate and stuff.
Yep. Give me 1 second to find the proper roll.
I walk over to Telemon, and I'm gonna spend 3 balance on Telemon. I shall heal you, friend, for you are more important in this endeavor.
Are you keeping up with your honor, Fergus?
I think you have to tell me when I gain it.
No, it's when you kill someone in honorable combat, is it not?
Oh, it is, isn't it? Whenever you slay an opponent in honorable combat. I thought it was different than that. Oops. I killed,
will-
what, 2?
It's on me
3?
to tell you when something is not honorable
Oh.
combat.
Oh, okay, okay. So, I killed, I think, what, 2, 3? I can't remember. Is there 2 or 3?
I think you killed. There was the guy you threw.
The
There
guy
was
threw the guy I threw the
axe.
axe at, and did I kill the other one? I can't remember if I killed the other one or not.
I think you might have only killed 2.
Okay, I'll just put 2. That'll work. I didn't notice the honorable combat section. I thought it was when I did something honorable. But anyway,
A D8 plus 5, please, Mr. Haru Deshret.
Rolling it now.
you gain 8 hit points, Tel.
Can you roll 2d6? Ooh. You find a small glittering something. Let me roll my generator.
Thank you, Hero. Not Hero, but thank you, Fergus.
Without you, our cause is lost.
Indeed, but take care for your own life as well.
And I spend my remaining 2 balance on myself.
You're not sure what sort of gem it actually is. It might be an amethyst. It's lavender in color, but it's especially well cut and sparkly. It seems to be very, very high quality. It's 0.8, and you would estimate it's worth somewhere in the region of 500 coin.
Ooh. You said it was 1 weight?
0.
0.8.
0.8. Interesting.
Yeah, I think the
Yeah,
only
I'll
one weight
pick it up.
gem we ever had was that diamond that you guys found in your first adventure.
I'll definitely pick that up. How much? It says worth 500 coin and I'll get down here. What did you say it was made of again?
You think it might be some sort of amethyst, but you're not entirely sure. It's a lot lighter in color. You can just say lavender gem if you wish. There's a very
Got it.
high quality to it. You
Very
find it in a
interesting.
little pouch on this guy's belt when you're detaching the breastplate.
Definitely throwing that in my supplies.
So I think Tolston looks around and he says, do you think we can leave now?
Well, we can give it a try. I walk toward the door.
Perhaps smashing the mirrors is indeed what was needed to be done. Either way, it is done now.
Aye. And I take care to walk in front of Telemon.
All right. So yeah, you are able to leave the room.
Woo! While I was rescuing the room, friends, does seem that there's a place of power nearby. I don't like none of you would be familiar with it, where, but it is at such a place I am capable of doing great and wonderful things for the most part.
Yeah, I think Tolston looks back and he says, "Oh yes, I think I heard something about there being a source of magical energies here. Rumored as to maybe why they built the keep here."
I just hope these magical energies are not hostile, as we have had very unfortunate luck recently.
And what caused them? They built the keep here. I doubt they can be purely hostile in intent.
Corruption can be a powerful factor.
We would have to
So-
see.
As you walk into the next room, which is the base of what might be a tower, or if you're inside the mountain, it's just a very, very tall stairway. You can definitely feel the place of power, the source, very close by. It feels like it's upwards somewhere, off of the tower, maybe, or the staircase.
Seems to be up the tower a ways.
And on the side of the room, you can see loaded into kind of a complex series of pulleys and stuff that looks somewhat similar to the mechanisms which you've seen load things on, or at least you assume are supposed to load things onto the airship. You see Tolston's ballista turret thing has been loaded onto. Looks like what some sort of cargo elevator supposed to raise things or lower things up and down the stairs.
Seems we'll be taking your prize with us, Tolson.
He nods emphatically.
How is the
It may yet
mechanism
come in handy.
worked? Is it crank at the bottom? Top?
He says it's actually on the side. Haven't had a chance to test fire it, but it seems like it's a larger version of what is used in these, and he points to the holsters on his side where his collapsible repeater hand crossbows are. It's said that Memon the Great, he says kind of under his breath, came up with the mechanism himself, and that he was working on something big, but nobody ever knew what.
Perhaps we will see. You are to ride it up then? Crank it as you go?
Oh, you mean mechanism for the elevator?
Yeah.
Well, that appears to be up top because there's nothing down here.
Right, okay. I see you were talking about the mechanism for the actual crossbow itself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I guess up it is then. Unless you got, perhaps we would like to take a. I find myself my magical energies are somewhat depleted. If you'd like to take a short break, I could refresh them. If everyone's up for that. If not, we shall continue to the top.
Do you think it is safe to hold up here for the moment, Telewan? If you do, perhaps we could take advantage of that.
Nowhere in these tunnels is safe, so to speak.
Perhaps that is true. I will need but a short rest, no more than an hour.
Mayhap we could arrange that.
I will take this advantage of this time if we're going to, if it's all right to apply a use of bandages and heal 4 while
You can.
before I meditate. Cool. I will do that. And will I have a chance to commune?
Yes.
Awesome. I will take advantage of that as well.
Yep, while the magic types return to their books for the time being, as it were. Oh, what to prepare? Dispel magic, I need you back.
Is anybody doing anything during this this break while the wizard and the cleric tend to their meditations.
Tolston, do you know of any possible way to return from the undead state?
He looks at you like a long time. Well, there's always been talk. It's rumored that my grandmother, well, before she was my grandmother, when she was in her younger days, had something of a fling with a vampire, you might say. I think she researched fairly lengthy amount of time into some sort of cure for vampirism, which is, I believe, some sort of undeath. I don't think she ever succeeded, although I'm not entirely sure. As far as you're concerned, he shakes his head. I don't know. I've heard of people being brought back to life before, at least stories. It hasn't happened in a good way ever since death took over. I don't really know what I could tell you.
Well, I bet the
Hi,
here might be far
I'm just
away.
curious if you and your knowledge
The,
do
uh,
anything.
When I was traveling to Arnhen, I was searching for supposedly a repository of knowledge that he kind of nods towards Telemon. Telemon and the guild there kept. It's possible that perhaps it might have been stored there. It was rumored that Sarcasmos dabbled in magics of many circles, and he traveled far and wide. I was hoping that he had some answers as to how to deal with the Sisterhood. But if anyone was to have any answers, it would either be somewhere here or somewhere within the repository at the guild.
A great deal of that repository was destroyed by the salamander who took my face.
He winces.
A great loss.
Powercore is still feeling
It
pretty
is
pumped,
possible that
so
a few books might remain, but we shall see.
What's going on with Powercore?
Powercore's still pretty pumped, so kind of
Are you pacing like a child who doesn't want to sit
well,
still?
no, at this mention, he's going to kind of launch into an epic poem about how Fergus, defied death and defied the flames to return and battle again. Gonna try to bolster his spirits, heal him up a little bit,
Yeah, I think after
get him psyched.
after your song, Tolston does look to you, Fergus, and he says, I know it could be of little consolation, but there are very, very few tales of those who have died and come back who do not serve death's will. It's said that only true heroes and those who have very firm will can remain themselves. It is a testament to your spirit. I know the undead. He nods to you. Are often viewed with a stigma, and you yourself may despise it, but it does show that you have a noble soul.
I shall see this task through. For without Telemon, I do not believe this world has a chance. Is that your roll? Hill 7?
Interesting.
Just out of curiosity, you guys like an earshot of Haru or not? I'm in too in meditation to have jumped in on the conversation, but I may have something to wait
You're in
on
the-
later.
You guys are all in the bottom of the tower, so you're right there.
I definitely might take a note of a couple things to bring it up later. Then.
So the hour passes and your meditations are fruitful but uneventful.
Indeed. For a reference star, I have removed polymorph from and loaded wall of ice into the memory stone.
Ooh.
I've also written Mage Saber and Wall of Ice into my spellbook.
Very nice.
Is Hero sitting over trying to make a breastplate armor? Is that what Hero's doing during this?
No, I'm just meditating. I just took a single plate of the armor. I'm gonna just add that to whatever armor I get once I finally get myself some more.
Oh, I imagine you strapping straps to it and sticking it on your chest.
Yeah, I don't think it would really be fixable like that. I'm not a blacksmith, so I just took a piece for later building my armor out of Deshret's foes.
So yeah, you're all set to go. What happens?
Suppose we start the climb, as it were.
I'm going to turn to as we start to leave. Maybe mention to Fergus that if we are truly going to a place of power, perhaps under the right conditions, we may do something about your condition if you are willing to truly place your face in death threat. Death. My God, I'm
You
doing
can't say
it now.
yourself
Death
now.
threat.
Death threat.
Your life is on hand, as it were.
Yeah, I might just happen to mention that. Just drop it out there, see what his kind of reaction is.
We shall have to see. At least far I'm overhearing, it's like it may be required to actually restore power to the crystal.
So you start making your way up the stairs.
Indeed.
Yep, indeed I will.
Oh, it's a fairly plain staircase. There is a moment when you're walking up and you hear and feel a click in the stairs, and everybody stops breathing for a second, and you see Tolston wobbling a little bit, like in the middle of the group, and you look, and you see that randomly one of the stairs has like collapsed down at a 45-degree angle. And he's like, "What?" And he gets down on his knee and like looks around, and it apparently, like, the stairs were rigged to do this, but the mechanism has jammed. And you're able to move past cautiously, although every time Power Chord takes a step, I think everybody like takes a breath in.
Like crunch, crunch,
Yep.
crunch.
You eventually get to the top, and you find yourself in a sort of cozy antechamber.
Cozy is not what I expected of this place.
There is a fireplace. It is not lit, of course, but there's a mantle over it. As you come out of the circular stairwell, you see the crank and the loading pad where the elevator would go to, and Tolston makes his way and starts his laborious process of raising the cart. Inside the room, on the far side, there is a door that leads. I guess if you open it, it leads outside onto a battlement. Let me reveal something. It's not precisely what you see in the picture, but thematically somewhat similar. Leads out onto a battlement. You can see the cold, snowy mountain air outside. There is another door in here that seems to lead to an interior hallway that leads much deeper into the keep. There seems to be some moldy old paintings in here that have long since sort of started to go to waste. But there is a third door in here from which you are very clearly kind of your magical Geiger counter is starting to go off, Telemon. It's the only one you have not opened.
I gravitate toward that door.
Yep. It appears normal like the rest of the doors here, with one exception. There is a lock on it, and there is a symbol which I think you have only seen once before, and when you look at it, it's almost like it's not there. Like, you look at it and it's there for a second, and you look at it and it's not there, and you look around and nobody else seems to be seeing it. It looks like a snake curling about and eating itself.
The Axis Mundi.
Actually, you're wearing a wooden ring, are you not?
Oh, it's that symbol. I am, indeed.
Yeah, very reminiscent of that.
I put the hand with the ring against the symbol.
Nothing happens.
Pity. I attempt to open the door.
It does not budge.
Huh.
Oh, hey, this sounds like a creature unusual that I might be able to spout lore about.
Only if Telemon tells the rest of the party. Because nobody else can see this.
Do not
Oh,
intend
okay.
to.
Yeah, I figured this might be something you keep to yourself.
Keep that in mind. The door isn't open, and I can't do much about it right now.
There is a lock on it.
Oh. For a key?
Most locks are for keys.
It's a long shot. I try my key to my house.
So yeah, so you pull the key out, and you this old worn iron key, and you fit it into the lock. And you turn it, and it sticks. And you put a little bit of pressure on it, and you're not quite sure if it's gonna break or not. And then there's a click, and there's like an unlocking sound in the door.
I open the door.
On the other side, very reminiscent of something you have seen before back on the island, is what looks to be a well almost. And sleeping on the other side of the well, laying across some sort of empty stone pedestal on a velvet cover to the pedestal, is a familiar figure in robes with a silver mask. Again, I guess I say sleeping, but you can't see his face. The form
Reclining.
of Indarian, reclining, yes. Who makes no motion when you open the door.
I look back at the others, and there's not like frozen in time or anything, are they?
Nope.
Okay. I let the door close behind me and speak to Darian.
Yeah, so Telemon, I think everybody is walking around this room. Tolston is certainly way too busy to notice anything going on because he's working the crank. Haru is probably like you're investigating this room that you guys came out in, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm again watching for security threats. My fears prove founded, so that's my
Yeah, I
primary
think like
concern.
there's a long moment where Telemon seems to be inspecting a wall. It looks like he's looking at like maybe a painting there for something, and you kind of squint at it and you don't really see what's so interesting about it, and you look about, and the next moment you look, Telemon is gone. The area of the room where he was standing, it's just like blank wall. Nobody else saw this door.
I'm going to turn and immediately holler out for Telemon.
Where did he go? He's at this wall.
Does my unwavering sense of Telemon's destiny guide me in any direction to where Telemon may be?
It's guiding you to the spot that you are at. Like you're in the corner. It seems to be like right where you are.
Yeah. I'm going to try and investigate that area and see if I can find any possible way through.
So what do you do to investigate? It looks like a typical stone wall.
Might take one of the javelins out and start poking around. See if there's a trap switch or something that I missed.
All right. So while that's going on, Telemon, you're on the other side of the room, and I think you hear a muffled like, but it's very faint. And when that happens, and you close the door behind you, the figure of Vendarian stirs, and he says, "Oh, Telemon, it's been a while." Like he looks at his wrist, and you don't know why. And then you remember that he has like this weird sundial thing on his wrist, and he says, well, you took some time. How was your journey?"
It was a little rough. There's a couple vampires and ice spiders and...
He waves his hand.
Oh, I would agree. There have been rougher days. But other than that, I had a bit of spotted trouble down in a mirror room down below. A bit perturbing.
Yes. Hall of Mirrors. An apprentice of yours. Quite clever.
Yeah, he made mention of such a thing at one time. He probably got the idea from that. But here we are.
Or did the people who build that place get the idea from him? You can never know.
Indeed a question.
He sits back up and comes off the dais.
Though. I did find this jar. I don't know if it's the right thing or not, but it seems to be what blood would look like if it were a couple hundred years old.
Yeah, so do you pull out the jar?
Yeah.
Atherax. What a bastard. The least agreeable of all of Bahamut's children, in my opinion. Still, true-born, first son, and all that nonsense.
Oh.
He flicks his finger against it, again in his glove. And he says, looks a little bit stale.
Just a bit. One of my friends may be able to correct that, but I didn't want to mess with it until we figured out how. Until I assume you were to inform me how it is to be used.
Well, it's dragon's blood. Telemon, have you forgotten all sorts of? Where did all those decades at the academy go? At least tell me you remember the wenching.
Unfortunately, my friend, I would love to remember the wenching, but I probably do not.
He puts his hand up to his mask and he just shakes his head. Horrible, horrible waste of years. He says, well, it's dragon's blood. All you need is fire.
Well,
it's you! I felt
indeed.
this was a no-brainer. Just need to thaw it out a bit.
That should be no problem, though I would need a place not so confined to do so. And when it is thawed, I have the crystal.
I don't exactly recommend using a fireball per se, Telemon. You want the blood not in a million particles.
Ah, yes. Perhaps just merely a torch, then.
He shakes his head.
Fireball too.
As far as what you need to do, from my understanding, the first time we talked about doing this, all you need to do is get that crystal of yours that I have never seen before, and yes, get the blood all heated up and glowy, and just dip it in it. Should be fine.
This is the correct crystal, yes? I pull it out.
We pull it out. Oh yes, that is the one. I've seen the other one, but this one's very distinct, very very Bahamut-y.
So you said I had to pour the blood within it. Is it like a cavity or?
No, you just have to dip it in the blood, or pour the blood all over it. Uh, make a blood stew and cook it in a pot. Who cares? Just infuse it in the blood. It should do the rest as long as it's glowy. You know how magic is. Glowy is good, or unless it's bad and about to explode.
What is to happen then? The god Bahamut to rise again, or is it just like a conduit of his
Hopefully
power?
not. Don't want to. Not after. Jeez, you really do not remember the wenching. No, you do not want to meet Bahamut. You need to remember some things. He
I think
swore.
that most days.
What you need to do is you need to bring this to Ruadavan. It can open the gate. From the gate, you can get back to your own, one of your own times.
Indeed. I do
The-
believe there's an
the-
army between Rodvin and us at the moment, though.
Wasn't that why you have an airship?
If I get back to the airship, yes.
Wasn't that why you have magic? Why do I?
Yes.
Where have all
Perhaps
your
the
brain cells gone these last 177 years, Telemon?
Well, to my understanding, I have, of course, the Shadow Walk is very useful, but to my understanding, there's some. I think Sarcasmos may have messed with the magics around here, and it could be potentially hazardous to use that. Though there was the place of power just outside, that could be useful.
You're actually standing in the well right now.
Oh.
You're standing right around it.
Okay.
Yeah, like you're in the room with it, and there's basically only enough room for you guys to be standing around it.
Now, this one, perhaps.
Oh yes, you could certainly accomplish something with this. Goes all the way down to our good friend Torog's den. Had a run-in with that one I saw back there. Tisk tisk. Angry son of a bitch.
I see. He was the fire guy, right?
Yep.
I don't know how he would respond to doing so, but
Oh, who cares? He's going to wreck this whole valley anyway. Oh, I guess you haven't been able to feel the tremors in here. Oh, but yes, this whole valley is going to be quite destroyed. I believe it was your friend or your apprentice's trump card, if you will. There's no controlling that beast. He just set up an enchantment to awaken it. Really rather clever. But it had been hibernating down there for centuries. This whole place is going to become a crater. Maybe some more of Arkva. We'll have to do some thinking. I'm not sure how far this is going to go. Whole place gone, though. Few days at most.
unfortunate.
Well-
Sarcasmus was always one for the go out
When
with
you
a
need-
bang plans.
When you need to destroy things in the presence of evil coming to get them, the Torog, the mighty fireworm, is as good a fallback plan as any.
Indeed. I guess I need not worry about all the items that reign below then. I took a choice few.
Oh, I'm sure what items down there which can be destroyed will be destroyed. The rest, I mean, hopefully you won't be in this timeline long enough for them to matter.
Perhaps so. Question becomes what to do with this. Could perhaps move back to the ship, but that seems a bit lackluster. I wonder how far it could go.
Well, it seems to have enough juice for 2, maybe 3 uses. Now that Torog's loose, it's not going to be infinite.
Indeed. 3 uses sound quite good, though. I have some
Not
friends
entirely
who
sure.
do not know if that is possible. I have some friends who had some negative run-ins with my past. They've had a current state of undeath, which I don't really agree with. I'm sure they don't either down inside. Actually, I don't know Hiru's undead, do I? I know Fergus is.
You know, Haru's a werewolf.
That's true.
A
I have one friend who is currently a werewolf, and one who is currently undead.
werewolf, you say?
Neither of which were at the start of my adventure. In fact, neither of which were the last town we were in. Actually, no, the death happened in Arnhen. But the werewolf was since the last town. Perhaps we'll do something about them. Also, perhaps, I don't know if it'll help them or not, but perhaps I have to go there anyways to get the ship. Unless I want to try and just move us all of us over to, Radovan. But that seems a bit hasty, if you ask me.
Well, I'm sure whatever it is you do, it won't be the end of the world. It's already done that once.
Well, the world seems to be well on that route without me being here. That's the point, is it not?
I suppose. He's like walking around the well. If you ever look down it, you can see like an almost endless shaft, very similar to Episode 1, where Darth Maul gets cut in half and drops down that infinite shaft of lava at the bottom. Very, very similar.
Must say though, I was quite surprised when my key opened the door. I didn't really expect it to work.
Ah! He flips a hand. If your apprentice didn't do it, I would have. Keys are an unimportant but universal thing.
Indeed. Anything else that I should know before we move on?
Oh well, what shouldn't you know?
Well,
Like
there are great many things it seems. Is there anything critically important that I should know? I'm sure there's many things I should.
Well, that salamander you tried to kill is not dead.
Oh,
He's
wonderful.
going to come back and try to kill you very soon, probably. He's going to have friends. 4 very nasty friends. I can tell you that. Death's hands, not very friendly. He shakes his head. You get the feeling he's grimacing beneath his mask. You should also know that I slept with our arcane arts teacher back in our final year of school. I know you had a thing for her. I'm sorry. Last thing you should know, you probably don't have a whole lot of time in here. Negating the part about Torog, the whole Reaper army guy outside, yeah, they're storming the battlements, probably soon. They're having to get through the moors, though, and it's costing them. Your friend set up a lot of defenses out there.
So I've heard. Well, hopefully, should this wells last, we won't be here long enough for that to matter.
Well, you just need to get to Radovan, however you can, and use that to get back to your own time period. And by virtue of you being there, you probably can fix things as is.
You know what I can expect at Radovan? I know little of the place.
A lot of grim lizard people, if they're still alive. He stops. A couple of them are still alive, yes. One less now. One less now. You don't want to hear all that. Yes. You don't really have to bother with them. You should just be able to activate the gateway, big circular thing made out of stone. Really can't miss it. Should you just be able to go right through? They'll be really pissed at you for doing so, which is why I recommend you don't talk to them. They like to flay people alive who anger their god. He waves his hand.
Yes, the ones on the way in, yes. I'm more worried about the ones on the way out.
Well, that's what you need the other crystal for. I did tell you about the other crystal, right?
You mentioned only one crystal. Other than the one I'm supposed to go past to get.
Yes, well, once you get back there, you need to get the other crystal to seal the gate once you get back. If you don't seal it, then we get all this. And he waves his hand. If that temporal gateway is not sealed, who knows what sorts of beings could come through it? Extraplanar, extratemporal, gods, death himself. Who knows?
Do I have to worry about the army following me through the gateway?
Well, only if the army can fly and go across the ocean. And
Some of them can that I've seen. Several dragons today.
who knows? I hope you have a gun or a cannon. And like he looks at you as you have like a blank look on your face for both
Exactly.
of those words.
I found a
a really-
multi-crossbow. Big one.
It might work. Fireball 2? He says with a question mark at the end, like maybe.
Sir
Just-
Cosmos
just
did
go-
mention such a thing.
Just go real fast.
Indeed. Well.
Well, I will get out of here and let you do your busy work. The rather irate Minotaur. New spell. Minotaur on the other side of that wall is currently trying to beat through solid stone with, well, whatever it is he has out there. I should probably go and open up the passageway before he breaks himself.
Indeed. Perhaps we will speak again on more copious times, as it were.
Probably not. Bye-bye. Yeah, he just disappears. And with that, the wall just like suddenly opens, and it was like there was a door in front of you guys there the entire time. And you find Telemon standing there in front of some sort of stone shaft.
I turn around. and say,
Telemon, where have you been?
I found the well of power.
The what?
Seems to go straight down to our friend the fireworm's den. Perhaps we
Shiver.
can use it to do great things. But I fear we have little time.
And what will you have us do? You seem so close to accomplishing your goals.
Indeed. First things first. Does anyone have a torch?
I believe I may have one. You need a torch specifically, or would any source of fire do?
Any source of flame. I have flames of my own, of course, but they're not very good in these little confined areas.
I'll pass you some of my ritual oil and my flint.
I find like I don't know, I imagine there's like a plinth or something that's got a bold-shaped depression in it of some type here. If not, I'll find something else, but that's what I picture. I put the oil in it, I light it, I put the blood in the oil that's burning.
All right. So yeah, it eventually starts to crack and turn bright red, and liquefy into like this thick, soupy sort of mess. You can definitely feel magical energy just radiating out from it.
I dip the crystal in the blood.
All right. It takes a few minutes to get the whole thing done, but once you're done, the glow starts to fade from the blood, and you start to see sort of an inner dim red light from the inside of this kind of rust-colored crystal. The whole thing doesn't glow brightly, but it does glow faintly from the inside out.
Oop, that's enough. We have the key, as it were, now. Now it's just down to this well. They have an army at our gates, the way I hear. So,
Only about half an army now.
it's more than enough for 4 of us. First things first, though. This well.
Brooks doesn't quite know about that. But we'll see.
It's unfortunate we had moved the door. They may be able to reach us quicker.
He put the door back, didn't he?
Well, I dismissed it. I don't know. We don't have confirmation that it actually went back
Oh,
or not.
okay, yeah, no.
Vargas,
Aye.
you have been a good friend. Hero, you as well.
They both like start looking at you like what is this nonsense? Like, is he about to use us as a human sacrifice?
I think it's time that you two return to the natural state. Vargas, you've never intended to be an undead. Hero, you should never have been a werewolf. Perhaps it is time to correct that.
It's
Possible.
within your power here.
Been here, in this space, many things are within my power. In fact, anything, if the price is right. It is the price
Did
that
you
is
have to
negotiable.
pay to cure us?
Do not yet know.
If the answer be unsure, you could use it to get to Radovan.
This well runs deep. I believe 3 such rituals could be accomplished.
So you want to try a ritual, Telemon?
I do.
Right, when you draw on a place of power to create a magical effect, tell the GM what you're trying to achieve. Ritual effects are always possible, but the GM will give you 1 to 4 of the following conditions. So, what effect are you attempting to achieve?
Well, first things first, I want to return Hero to his natural minotaurness, and I want to return Fergus to his natural undeadness. Not
Are you
his
going to
natural
are you
dwarfness.
going to try to accomplish this with the same effect?
Yes.
All right. So I think it's going to take you some meditating over the place of power and over your spell book to really determine what you may have to do this. There is like this this table on the other side of the of the room where you saw Andarian. Do you want to go over there and kind of contemplate for a while?
Yes.
All right, so yeah, you go over and you sit down. There's not like a chair, but there is like an odd metal box that you can sit down on, and use that as like a bench. You sit down, and after pondering the magical energies coming from the well and what you know of magic and what effects you're trying to do, you know it will be considerably more difficult to try to accomplish both acts at the same time. It will impose at least 1 additional condition as to what I would normally give you. Do you want to try to do it a 2-for-1 anyway?
I will spend 2 uses to do it.
Okay. All right. So to cure one of them, it is going to. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. To cure your friend Hero Deshret, you and your allies will risk danger from the spirit of the curse which now dwells within him. And you will have to perform a ritual to banish the curse.
Very well.
In order to cure your friend the dwarf Fergus, you are going to need to sacrifice. Let's see here. Let me do some math. 1 second.
Every turn. What's going on?
You are going to where I'm coming up with the conditions for your cure.
Oh.
That's why it's silent. You are going to need to sacrifice a sum total of life points equal to twice the dwarf's maximum health from any source or sources. And you will need one more thing. You will need to disenchant a green level magical item or higher. Higher is yellow, or orange.
Very well. I am quite willing to sacrifice a certain bridge. Useful item, but I would rather have my friend's life back.
An interesting choice. So, what are you going to try to do first?
Well, I suppose we will do. I have to talk to them about it. Oh, also for a third thing, I'm really considering moving the whole castle to the town with the people who actually could use the items that are in the castle.
We'll get to that maybe once you've done your first two.
Indeed. But I have a discussion. I open my eyes from my meditation or my contemplation. And it's like, I know what will be needed to cure you two.
I. What
Hero.
be that?
To cure your werewolfism? Is that a word? Lycanthropy, I guess.
Lycanthropy.
Yes. To cure your lycanthropy, you must face. It is unclear, but it says the spirit of the one who did this to you. I think the werewolf, I believe, or the one who infected you.
Oh god, you gotta fight Krios?
Will that risk infecting more of us? I will ask. I
do
lean
not
forward
know.
down to- I cannot want to risk the loss of our mission and the infection of the party for my own ends. I will let you make the decision if this can be done safely, or with relatively safely, or at least a safety to the others. I will gladly take any risk myself, but
The exact wording is we will face danger from it. I assume that means we will have to fight it. I do not think we can avoid the danger, because otherwise that would forfeit the point.
is there anything we can do to protect ourselves from obtaining the infection during its attack, if that is what is to happen? I believe the beast can be defeated. It is simply that I'm just gonna kind of look around and say that, that it's simply that it is too dangerous to spread to all of us.
This sounds like a good time for a bestiary of creatures unknown.
Generally, you can't really game it like that. Let me read the specifics.
Generally, in most things, I think like sources of the same thing don't stack, but I don't think there's any rule against
I
it.
think you can stack it on different people.
Yeah.
Like 2d4 on each person, but you can't really do
Let me
all three
look
on
for
the
a
same
second.
guy, I think. But
Yes, but in the meantime, Fergus, They return you to life. Requires a different expenditure.
Aye.
It requires blood. A sum total of something like twice what you could hold, I believe. Not know if we have enough.
If we were all to donate, perhaps we would.
Let's see. Let me run the math. Hero, you have 26. I have 17. Power Cord has.
Hey, don't we have a
22.
bunch of fleshy bits in the bag of holding? Can you sacrifice those?
I do not know.
So there's nothing in Arcane Art that says you cannot choose the same ally, but as with everything, it's up to GM's interpretation. If you want to just do Arcane Art 3 times in a row on somebody and stack it up there, I might let you. But if you're
Well-
doing this out of combat, the thing is it's +1 forward. Or it's plus forward to damage the next time they would do the damage. If you're doing this like in combat or even especially out of combat, and let's say you fail, if I know you're going to start stacking this out of combat, and you fail, I'm going to be extremely severe with my consequences.
Well, here's actually the reason I want to know is because when I give someone plus forward, I get plus forward too. So basically, I'm wondering if, like, in combat, I can, buff Haru, buff Fergus, buff Telemon, and after doing that, I'll have accumulated plus 6d4 myself.
That's a really good question. Forward is supposed to be the next time you do damage. What if you're not doing damage? Does it upgrade your forward if you get more forward, or does it replace it? I'm going to rule tentatively that it does stack, but this is something I'm going to reserve the right to change my mind on.
Okay.
Also, I think I've changed my mind. It requires an item of substantial power. I've done the math. We could survive the ritual. We would have a mere 3 hit points each, but it could be done. But Fergus, I need the ring. Through its fires I came to this place. Through its disenchantment you shall return to life.
If you wish it, I.
So you
So
hand
that
him
is
the
what
ring.
you wish to burn. Perhaps perhaps we could use something else if if you believe that is still needed.
There are many items that are of sufficient power. But this ring has already been the result of my death once, and I'd rather it just go away entirely.
I'll just Hero will just nod and step back and let him do what he's gonna do. Then
I'd rather do something thematic, like something like that happened to me. The other option, of course, is the Book of Korin, being as it was my first.
I'm going to point out we have 30 minutes, so let's get on.
Yes. But I think I shall do the ring instead.
All right. Are you going to attempt this ritual now?
Indeed. As long as Power Cord is willing to agree, because his blood will be required, as is mine and Hiru's.
Hero will nod and say,
Tolston steps forward and says, I too am willing to sacrifice some of my blood for the dwarf.
Very well. All who are willing are welcome.
I am
Fine,
going
just
to,
don't take too much.
Before we begin this, I am going to walk the immediate area, and I'm going to try to cast Sanctuary since I believe my healing talents are going to be needed as we conduct
Okay.
this ritual. Yes, I definitely want to improve our healing chances. So yeah, I'm going to walk the perimeter of my Sanctuary. Oh, stupid caps lock. Oh well.
That's good sync. Oh yeah, so you walk the perimeter of the well room and use sanctuary.
I believe we are as prepared as we may be, Telemon. Who would you like to go first?
Let us begin. I imagine that we find another one of the bowls that I used for the oil and the blood.
Yeah, if you go poking around underneath the table, you have to slide that really big metal box out of the way. But yeah, there's some bowls stacked back behind it.
First cost is blood. We should all have to give.
Who draws first?
Suppose that I will, as I'm the one to start. If I take my sword and put a gash across my... I don't know. Bleeding out isn't a thing in this game, is it? Like, if I cut myself for that much damage, is it going to actually... Like...
You're intentionally cutting yourself, not in an artery. So I can rule bleeding damage if I want, but when you're intentionally trying to cut yourself, not so much.
Okay.
Unless there's like an earthquake at the exact
the-
same moment.
How much... ideally, I would give us all the same hit points, but how many hit points does Holston have?
You don't know.
Right. How many hit points is he willing to give to the pool?
He is willing to give you 8.
Eight plus 15 plus 22, 17, 22, 17, and 26. 6, 8, divided by 4. Doesn't work. If we would all put all 3 of our pulls together, we would have 3 hit points left. So if he does 8, we would each have 11 divided by 4.
You have 5 if he gives you 8. Because if you 4 times 2 is 8. So, just same.
All right. As everybody, you've cut your hand and placed it into the your blood into the bowl. Who's next? I guess Tolston probably.
Yes. We have enough. Then we'll all have hit points left. I'm just trying to figure out how many it would be. We can continue with it while I figure this out.
All right. So is everybody gonna be down at 4 or 5?
52, 21 divided by 4. We will all have 5, but somebody will have 6.
Notably, you can't take Fergus's blood.
Yeah, I'm not counting his.
Okay,
Oh,
making
okay.
sure.
I totaled up all the hit points, subtracted 52 away, and then divided what was left. Which comes to 5.25.
All right.
So we all have
Understand.
5, and possibly the last one is lost.
I will rule that roll a d4, Telemon.
Fun.
Telemon, you get the extra hit point. So everybody, I guess, Haru and Power Cord go down to 5 hit points. Telemon, you go down to 6. You all bleed into the bowl.
And Tolston has 5 plus whatever he didn't give.
Yeah, and you have the ring. What do you do?
I hold it over the blood, and it's like Fergus, come here. Give me your hand.
Aye.
I hold his hand in mine over the blood, and it's like, through this ring I came to this place. Through its magic I died. Through the fires of its disenchantment and the blood we have freely given, I return life to you, my friend. I ignite the ring in my hand.
All right. So
Throw
yeah,
upon the well.
the magic in the ring kind of flares into existence for the last time, and you feel its magic actually being drained out of it and into the well. And there's a burning sensation, and the ring cracks, and suddenly there's like a poof of smoke from the bowl, which goes up right in front of Fergus, and everybody coughs and kind of steps back. And emerging from the smoke, Fergus, you look down and you see your bones of your hands, and one by one tendons and strings of muscles begin to knit themselves together over your bones, and before everybody's eyes, the muscles of Fergus's body begin to knit themselves into place, and then forming over them, his skin a little bit reddish, but eventually becoming more his natural color. Growing up his chest in kind of a similar fashion, his face and his head, his hair grows out, and eventually you see his eyes begin to grow back into his sockets as he closes his eyes, and his beard begins to grow out, and by the end of it, Fergus is left standing there, much as he was before he was killed. Fergus, you are no longer undead.
I scream back and go, alive!
Fergus, Telemon's
done.
skill is impressive. Truly, I've only seen the Grand Masters of Deshret perform such feats, and I will seem a bit in awe. And then I will,
Come here, and I give them all a giant hug. That's probably tears streaming down my face.
and as soon as you do that, I'm going to attempt to cast healing against Fergus, so he's probably going to
I'm at full health.
bounce back. Oh, you're at full health. Oh,
He looks
Couldn't use
literally flawless right now beneath his armor. Not a scratch on him.
I'll turn to Telemon and say, perhaps, who should I heal first? And I'm going to, start to kind of look a bit woozy myself, but be standing ready to heal someone.
You yourself should
We
be
can try
first,
that.
as you will be required to heal the others. I say as I gasp a little bit.
I will, I'll take a step back and say I'll heal all that I can. We need,
With a
we
loud
need to
clang,
prepare.
I'm just gonna kind of fall to my knees and lay down on my back and just go, ugh.
Phew. Alright, give me 1 second. What's the Sanctuary boost at battle plus 1d4, right?
Okay, so you can start thinking costs, Star. I'm really considering asking to
Moving the keep.
Yeah, but if I move the keep, I don't think the well keeps its power, so I have to do that last. For my second wish, I wish for the complete knowledge and understanding of how the airship works and how to sail it faster than it has ever sailed before.
Oh, so you're not going to cure Harry Deshret?
Hero said he didn't want it,
Ah,
and he
okay.
didn't want to risk it.
Oh, I don't want to risk the infections if you think it's
So,
a risk, I will go with it.
So you're going to try to divine the knowledge of
Yes,
how...
to the four of us present, because I suspect that we will need it. I doubt the crew wants to go with us.
Spell of... Let me read this. This might... You can accomplish a lot with ritual, but normally it's a magical effect. Let me see here. Alright, I'll think about it.
If I can't, I can always pick something else.
Um...
I'm going to continue trying to heal as many people as I can, potentially. I know that we're in trouble at the second.
Unfortunately, you will need someone present who has that knowledge.
Pity. Well, What else?
as one of the conditions that I can immediately point out.
Well, I could move the keep, but then again, we won't have the well then. So, what's left that can be done?
Telemon Doris, I swear my life in service to you.
Is Fergus on his knee?
Yep.
Telemon, perhaps this represents an opportunity.
Also,
Where do we need to go after this?
after this we go to Ruadavin. So,
Perhaps. How long? Perhaps we can use this place to go directly there when you have finished.
perhaps we can. However, I would prefer to go there with the airship. There are places we must go when we get there. We have a long ways to travel.
I think
There is,
Tolston
however, an army
speaks up.
between us.
I think Tolston speaks up and he says, "Most notably, you told those people you were coming back, and you sort of put targets on the backs of their heads when you forced them to steal the ship and flee
Yes,
Arnhem."
I feel responsible for that. I'm not gonna just leave them. I think that as for one of the two remaining, we can move this entire castle to your family. Give them back what they so longly both deserve.
Yeah, he kind of scratches his chin and he says, well, there is like an entire open field back behind the mansion." He kind of like, he quirks a grin. "That would certainly surprise Anna."
But for the second before the third, or do you think unless you have other qualms, I can pour the power of the two together? It may be needed to move this such a large area.
Does anybody else have anything that they would like to see done with the power of the well?
I have petty
I
things I want, but I'm not gonna do a petty thing with it.
I may try to heal Telemon to ensure that he doesn't have some sort of horrible backfire. That's about all I can think of need right now.
Nobody has anything they want to accomplish with potentially unlimited power at their disposal?
Telemon, perhaps we could simply.
Oddly enough, if I could pick one thing, oh, can you take this book and make it based on intelligence instead of wisdom? That's so petty.
Hey, maybe you could fix that fucked up staff that you had. What made a huge hole in the
That's
world?
true. That needs done.
I like to think that Power Cord says that from his position of being prone on his back in the armor.
Very well. I wish to fix the Axis Mundi, Star.
Alright, let me see what this might require. First, you must master your will over that of the Axis Mundi in order to make it amenable. And second, you and your allies will of course risk danger if this fails. And let me see here. You will have. Let's see. Closing in. Okay, all right, here we go. Someone is going to have to master their will over the will of the Axis Mundi, and they are going to have to permanently imbue the Axis Mundi with a bit of their spirit, by means of which they are going to have to give up some percentage of their wisdom score.
Uh-huh.
It doesn't necessarily need to be you. You get the feeling that it will be roughly about enough to lower the score a modifier point. To restabilize the staff.
Indeed. Well, does that have to be the same? Like, ideally, I'd want Hiro to be the one mastering it because his plus is better. We help him in the ritual. I would personally be willing to give up a wisdom point. It's only 1 point for me.
It doesn't have to be the same person.
Drew looks to Telemon and asks him what is wrong.
In order to fix the Axis Mundi, my friend, we must first master our will over it. I'm willing to help you in this endeavor, but I am ill-suited for the task.
I will attempt to control it, but it has proven difficult in the past. Would it not be better, while we have access to such power, to perhaps use this to correct time, rather than what our original plan was? Just a thought before we commit to repairing this, for if we fix time, we may retroactively fix the
Perhaps,
staff.
but I fear that the cost is too great for such a thing. If someone could use the power of a well to fix time, then it probably would have done long ago. The powers of the wells, I think, are usually confined to the world and time in which they are in. Otherwise, one could use time itself to create infinite power. That cannot be allowed. But, in short, I fear it would not work, and I do not wish to investigate the cost of doing so.
I'll nod and say, so what do we need to do?
The cost of doing so may very well be like, the life of every person in the world. Such a thing can be required of the spell. But to master the Axis Mundi, we must first master our will over it. Any of you who wish to assist in this task, our combined concentration may be needed. Are you all willing?
I'm willing.
I shall assist you in any way I can.
Power cord's still laying there, probably
Will you
in a
ever
small
restore my
pool
life
of
to me?
blood.
Out
I'm just
of
gonna say,
curiosity,
I think you guys have got this.
do I have a chance to try a round of healing for the group in general, or do I not have time for that? I'm not sure what the time pressures are like.
You can go ahead and try it. As
Alright.
Telemon is sitting here spitballing arcane magics.
I will take that. Let's see how much I can heal Telemon.
Remember, you get an additional die because you're in Sanctuary.
Oh,
Nice.
got me easy. Yep, I'm full.
Nice. Next I will try to heal the poor power cord. I'll lean down and say that, are you
I'm sorry.
feeling weak, my friend? And heal it.
I'm just gonna kind of lay there and grunt.
I failed! How the hell? Oh my god, what happened?
You lose the spell.
Ooh, that sucks.
You have lay on hands if you want to use that.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm going to say that, once again, your injury seems severe, Power Cord. And I will say that I will do my best to see if I can potentially help you recover, and I will lay on hands.
I have to say, I just absolutely love Power Chord's new image. It is so awesome.
Yeah, it's great. Oh no. Well, I guess I'm gonna get whatever I heal to him, which
Yep.
would hurt me a lot.
Roll your
I guess
healing.
we'll see. Let's see what I get. What does this do by base? Hang on a second.
And remember, it's plus 1d4 because you're within the sanctuary.
Yeah, and I'm
Plus the 1d8 for
Hospitaler?
Hospitaller.
Well, I
Oh,
get them
God.
all, so yeah.
Aaron
Oh,
just
God.
kills himself.
2d8 plus 1d4. I have to do something here in a second.
$11.
So Power Chord, you're healed for 11, and Haru, you lose 11 hit points.
Damn.
Ooh, I'm down to 6. And I think that perhaps while I'm trying to lay on hands this time, that almost to a magical transference, I end up practically giving him a blood transfer. I probably look pretty woozy myself.
Yeah,
afterwards.
you collapse down to one knee. You look a little bit pale.
Important you have some herbs. Wow, your spelling of herbs. EARBS.
Herbs.
I have no idea how I wrote them like that.
It's HERB for herb.
I like how he tried to spell scythe. SCHYE, I
Very
think it
well.
was.
But anyways, I and Fergus intend to help. Yeah, but we're short on time. But I and Fergus will assist Hero in stabilizing the staff, and I'm going to spend the charge on the deck of arcane power to help as well.
Ooh, okay. Yeah,
I
deck
get a
of
5.
arcane power plus 1.
I get a fail.
Ooh.
Well, oh, I got a 7, just barely. Wait, what? Oh yeah, that's just 7. Okay, 5 plus 1 plus 1 is 7. That's correct. I thought it was 6 for a minute.
All right, so Haru, you get a plus 1 from Telemon in your attempt to try to wield your will over the staff. But it is negated by Fergus.
Damn.
who is really distracted by the fact that he can literally feel his skin again as he's like holding your hands, and like he's breathing, and he seems really joyous, and it's not his fault, but he is super distracted by being alive.
Makes sense.
So you gotta roll your wisdom alone.
You get a plus 4.
Although you get a plus 1 for your the use of the deck of arcane power, though.
Here we go. I'm gonna take hold of the staff, and this time pray that Deshret actually favors me in the control of it.
Don't fail.
Yes!
Oh,
my
thank God. Castle wouldn't have been there if you had failed. Okay, all right. So there's a shuddering within the earth as the whole keep like trembles as you all hold your hands upon the staff, and bits of dust and tiny little fragments of stone rain down into the well, and the whole place shakes. And somewhere miles and miles away, you can hear a roaring in the distance. But eventually, the staff stops vibrating, and it begins to settle down. And you place it against the ground, and you are able to hold it still. Now is the time that someone must infuse some of their own willpower to help fix the staff.
I will do it.
All right. Let me look at something.
I have 9. I already reduced it. I'll put it back so you can mess with it if you want.
Yes, you lose 1 point of wisdom, bringing you to -1 mod. And the shuddering in the earth stops, and you feel kind of a calmness return to the staff, and it is fixed.
Balances to the ley line of the earth once more. Would have been simple enough to leave it here, but I feared it would impact the past as well, the way it would take it there. So I wanted it fixed.
Yeah, it says if you believe that, then it is likely to be true. Something I had not considered. Though I had wondered of the effect of 2 Axis Mundi in the same timeline. I still wonder that, even now that it is fixed.
I think that the time itself may sort those items out. We will find when we get there. But, for the third thing, I wish to move the keep, the contents of its vaults, to the deer, in the location that Tolston speaks of, that open plain.
Okay. Alright, ritual cost for this. It has to be a place that you have seen or been, which you have. You saw this place briefly when you went to the mansion. It's going to have to be close to the mansion, but you saw it.
Mansion's back door now opens onto the keep's entrance.
I'd assume I would need help from Tolston, because he's like the bloodline thing going on.
Yeah. You're going to need help from Tolston. He is inexorably linked to both locations. Some of what is in the keep, you don't exactly know the boundaries of this place. You haven't actually walked the whole place. You haven't seen the whole place. May be lost. So it's going to be a lesser, unreliable, and limited version. You don't know what will be lost, but probably some of it
Alright.
will be left behind.
Well, if not, the whole thing's gonna burn up anyways when the worm gets here.
Yeah. And you must... I'm going to say you're going to have to make an intelligence roll, as if you were casting a spell.
Very well. I hope it doesn't fail. So, 2d6 plus 3. I can do to improve that before I go. I don't think there is.
So Tolston says, we're going to portal the whole keep back.
Indeed.
I hope the sheep are in their pens. He laughs.
Make sure you get the altitude right.
Well, if we do it right, they may have a
Z-axis is very important, Telemon. Very important.
Indeed.
You might end up like a tower we were once in.
Who knows? Maybe that's how that tower got there.
Oh shit.
Oh god. Ooh, okay. Go. Only an 8. Middling.
Oh god. Alright, so do I have music for this? I have to have music for this. Probably don't have music for this. So all around you, you hear cracking. As you feel the magic begin to take hold throughout the keep, but not the entire keep. And the whole place begins to shake and almost wail, and all of you are thrown about like you're on the bridge of the Starship Enterprise. You're all thrown about the well room. Fergus almost topples down the well, but I think Haru manages to reach out and catch him with the help of Tolston.
Aye, thank you.
Something crashes heavily against the door, and you hear Tolston say, "Oh, damn it, the ballista!" And then like there's a ka-chunk, 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 and apparently like the heads of 3 ballista stick through the door as they're fired, and then the castle lurches the other way as the center of gravity is shifted again, and all of you slide the opposite way down the well room and back up against the door, and one of you almost lands like face first on one of the barbs sticking through the door, just barely missing it, and I think it's Telemon, and you're like looking like from an inch away from this thing that's right next to your eye. And Tolston's just like, "Is this how the spell is supposed to go?"
I'll probably yell, "No!" as we teleport.
As the whole thing shifts upside down, and the table and all of its contents, including the very large odd metal box, tumble up towards the ceiling. I think smacking in the power cord. The table shatters against power cord's bulk. You guys like just hear this tremendous cracking of stone. And then there is a tremendous thunderclap. It sounds similar to what happens when you use your cape, Telemon, but magnified 1,000-fold, and then you are all falling. Can I get a D8 roll from everyone?
Oh boy, that could be bad. Let me see what I've got here for health. Ooh, I've got 6 hit points. This could be really bad.
Well, whatever happened to me won't be too bad, but it won't be too good, probably.
Armor absorbs this, but you all take that amount of damage as the castle plummets what seems to be somewhere between 30 and 80 feet and then crashes into the ground.
Oh, damn. That's not gonna be good on the castle at all.
No. And then it is still.
Oh god.
Well, we thank you for flying Telemon Air.
Yeah, I think I'm probably gonna hit the ground with a large platter and roll around for a second. Pretty much 2 wounds, you just stand up from blood loss and now massive impact.
So,
Again,
eventually somebody opens the door.
Indeed. If we
Alright,
can,
you
the ballista bolts in it.
Yeah, you open the door, wary the ballista bolts. The room on the outside is still there, but the far wall has been broken away. And you walk out, and you see the battlements are still there. But
Is the ballista still there?
the ballista's still there, although it's on its side. It looks like it may need some fixing. I think Tolston just like groans. There's like javelins everywhere that tumbled out of the ammo containers. You walk out onto the battlement, and you look around, and it looks like the nearest 120 feet of the castle, diameter-wise, was transported, and
Does
nothing else.
Does that include the vaults that were in the basement that are in that circle too?
What?
I guess we'll have to find out.
So yeah, you are resting in the middle of like a soggy field. The stones from the keep having sunk into the ground under the tremendous weight and impact. The keep is slightly lopsided, and from just beyond, you can see a herd of sheep looking up, like just staring at you.
Well,
And it
we're in
runs off with
Sadir.
the tinkling of bells. And on the far side, through the mist, you can see the Graves mansion.
well, that's not exactly what I intended.
No
but-
sign of the invading armies.
Well, I would hope not,
You
but-
you look about.
Yep, look about.
You can't see an army anywhere. You do see a gigantic airship in the sky, though.
Ours or the big one that was broken?
It's certainly not yours. It looks a lot like the Silverwind. It looks really messed up. It's hovering up in the air in the sky, and there's green lightning, sparkling across its hull. There's many sections of the hull that are obviously broken. You get the feeling it's being held together by magic.
Looks that way.
It seems to be hovering over the city, and as you watch, a bluish purple thunderbolt fires from somewhere on the deck of the Silverwind and strikes into the city of Sadir, and there's an explosion nearby.
Oh shit.
And we will, I think we will stop there. As you guys look out, and I think Tolston drags, it like comes out of the well rooms as he says, like, what are you all looking at? Telemon, I think this is for you. And you look back and you see him backing out of the well room with this giant metal box that I've described several times, and he says it has your name on it, and stuck to the metal box, which is like an oddly shaped metal chest, with like no apparent locking mechanism, or at least that you can see immediately. There is a note that it just says for Telemon in flowery writing. That's a very big metal chest. And then he looks back past you and he says, "Oh, we're under attack." And that's the end of our session tonight.
Nice.
Oh my.
Nice.
Darn it, I wanted the whole keep though. It's so awesome. But nope, the dice were not to be with me today.
Going in with 3 hit points is going to be rough.
You could have flubbed the roll.
I
It would've
know.
been worse.
I wanted to
The
try
whole-
though, damn it.
If you had flubbed the roll, maybe the whole keep would have left but you.
Yeah. Well, Hiro, I think it's time for some herbs and poultices. Have some.
I think I may.
Some ye
you
old
got some. Oh,
herbs.
nice.
Yo,
You
herbs.
herbs.
And
I appreciate
Herbs
the
Maximus. And,
All right, let's do some XPs.
He just spelled it the way Fergus would say it.
It's an in-character spelling.
I'll have to correct that. I don't know how I got written as herbs like that. Really no idea.
where did we get an odd blue substance potion?
I honestly don't remember.
Got it from
I
somewhere.
highly recommend adding a note into your inventory as to where you find it and what pertinent details, because sometimes this stuff pops up and I don't remember.
I don't know if Enchanter extends to potions. That's normally like an alchemist thing.
You know, to be entirely honest, I know that I picked it up at some point along the way, and I cannot remember when. It was a long time back. It was like
well,
6,
we
7
could look
sessions
it
ago.
up in the videos. It'll just take a little bit.
Is that what you have in there? An odd blue potion?
This odd blue substance potion.
I guess I'll just have to make up an effect. That'll be fun.
I guess it doesn't make any difference. You don't know what it does anyway. So
Yeah. You don't get to enchanter that stuff. Is it's an alchemist ability.
Righto.
The only thing that ever happened would have been the Vial of Boom, which was, as it turns out, very, very misleading in appearance, because it wasn't actually an alchemical thing. It was just a magical thing in a vial.
curses. That's what I was like. Curses to that.
Yeah, I know. I was like, oh god, he's trying to alchemy it, but it's something that contact explodes, and it's pure magic. Oh, that was a hilarious but horrible series of events when that exploded. Herr Deshret, did you deny mercy to a criminal or unbeliever?
No chance.
Yeah, no chance. You've had plenty of chances in previous sessions, and not
Yep, not today.
and have fallen in line with your oath. So you've been good with that. How about your bonds? Any work on the bonds?
I just added some today that were not the Telemons.
Oh, I see
Yeah.
a couple in here that I like. Power Chord is composing a song of our adventure. I will ensure it ends with our victorious changing of this hopeless future. I fear Fergus's undead nature will eventually impact more than just his body. Perhaps
I might as
Deshret
well-
can restore life to his bones. When did
I
that
thought
one?
I am going to need to rewrite that one because I put that one in at the beginning of the session and it's already gone, so I don't really think it should give me XP. So I think I will rewrite one for Fergus.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Deshret had nothing to do with that one. The thief Lotho's greed puts us all at risk. I'm sure it will.
Yeah, one will hope that the thief Lotho was in the 120 feet around our location.
Oh god.
That was why I was a little lenient with it. Maybe I think the biggest hope was he was well within the 100 feet, not just on the edge, because he might be missing a hand. Telemon is an enigma. I have been guided to him for a purpose. I must fulfill it. That's a nice one. Telemon, did you discover something about a magical mystery?
I did.
Yep. The Hall of Mirrors was certainly a magical mystery.
Yep. I have more progress on
You
my
didn't-
main quest
You
as
didn't
well.
actually discover how to. You discovered a way of dealing with it,
Indeed.
not the way, but a way. How about your pawns?
I think I have repaid my debt to Fergus.
Oh yeah, Fergus has been steadfast and true to his cause, or true to the cause. I should help him in turn when time allows. Fergus, do you think the debt has been repaid?
I have sworn my life in service to Telemon.
Yep. All right. Mark XP there, Mister. Is it 35 of 17?
36 now.
36 of 17.
You should
XP.
give him like ability like spend 10 XP, gain
No, that's
one spell.
I told him that he could potentially use a ritual to transfer his extra XP to an apprentice. I hinted that may have been how the Sarcasmicron was created. You might be able to distill it into a potion of experience. That would be hilarious.
Create the Telecron.
The Telecron. That sounds like a phone company. Fergus Meadhammer, did you defeat a worthy opponent?
I think so. I threw him
You-
into another worthy opponent.
If it had just been normal battle, maybe. But you like picking that guy up and using him as like a projectile weapon, that's definitely worth an XP. Congratulations on level 7. How about your bonds?
All right. I'm still hoping to help Hero Deshret. Power
You
Chord
did?
is still.
You did technically help the group stabilize the
I
staff
hindered.
today. Well, you tried, but yeah, I guess you did hinder. You did hinder. Power Chord has sung my praises. Let's hope it continues. That's come up several times. I worry about the ability of Telemon to survive in the dungeon. That's happened. That's been there since the beginning.
Telemon survived the dungeon, and he didn't really have any problems.
Do you want to mark that one off?
Yep. And it's probably going to become I owe my life to Telemon. He has returned me from an undead state.
Yep, that sounds good. Power Chord, the Terminator. Did you spur others to significant and unplanned decisive action?
Surprisingly, not this time. This is the first time I haven't, I think.
If you had activated your Sonic thing and broken all the mirrors before the fight, it would have certainly counted. But as you were threatening to do earlier, because there was a moment where you had your hands on the knobs and you were talking about, let me just break all the mirrors, and like you were about to do it and you didn't. If that had happened, that would have been XP. But Power Chord had some badass moments. He literally pointed his gauntlet at somebody and Sonic vaporized them. That was pretty great. How about your bonds here? I'm seeing we've got 3. Fergus is a skilled warrior. I look forward to fighing beside him in the future.
Look
I am
bright side,
writing.
Power. Next session you get a chance to bring down the blimp, if not the house.
Oh god. I am writing a ballad about the adventures of Hero Deshret, and Lotho is a laughable little creature. I'm going to make sure he knows it. So you could easily get a Telemon bond in here, and And some double bonds as well, probably. So,
Oh, you can do double bonds?
yeah, you can do doubles.
Yep, you can have
Ooh,
multiple.
okay.
Well, usually we split them up, but you can have more than one of one if you want to.
Yeah.
It's
Uh,
it's notable for you because you have more than 4 bonds.
Wait, so
Yeah.
I can have different, like 2 different bonds with the same person, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah,
Uh,
I think we had a very good little brawl there with Fergus. I'm happy about that.
You could always make up a bond as the result of today's session. Like if you think that there was something that was particularly noteworthy.
Yeah, I
But
might do that.
yeah, that's generally how a lot of this stuff goes. Don't worry about not really jumping into the bond mechanic straight off the bat. It is not the most easy thing, and it took all of us a little bit of getting used to. So general XP. Did we learn something new and important about the world?
Not really. Nothing new about the world, I would say.
You learned how to accomplish your mission.
That's not about the world, though. It's
I
about how
think
to
we-
save the world.
We kind of fixed the world through the Access Mundi in a way.
Well, we broke it in the first place.
Yeah, but we fixed it.
Is the sky normal again?
Relatively.
Yeah, so we learned that the world isn't quite as
It,
fucked now.
it may take some time, or maybe the world was already a little bit fucked to begin with. So it doesn't sound like you guys were too emphatic about did we learn something new and important. Did we overcome a notable monster or enemy?
We had 6 golems. They're pretty tough.
Yeah.
What, the 6 or something like that?
Yeah, they were pretty tough. If they had hit you all at once, or if all 10 sets of armor had become active, that could have gotten really bad. Or if the fact that I am treating power cord sonic damage is going right through armor, if he didn't just utterly annihilate things like that, it would have been very bad. Power cord, notably, your metal hurlet doesn't do a whole lot over the D10. Like D10's nice, but a lot of people have like +3 or whatever, and you just have like your D10. But I am treating it as most forms of armor do not protect against it. It just goes right through it, which is a very, very nice thing to have.
That makes sense.
Piercing. Yeah, you guys can mark down an XP for overcoming the hallway of mirrors and or armor golems. And did we loot a memorable treasure?
I don't think there was any looting of. There was something in that
Tell
box.
tell Mike it's somebody opens the box, but
We-
nothing right now.
Could interpret it as we we took an entire castle basically.
We looted the keep, right?
We literally looted the keep.
Oh, that's a great way to look at it.
You guys looted the entire alchemy storeroom.
Yeah, we did.
You
Yeah,
literally
that is true.
you literally have an entire alchemy storeroom in a bag.
Didn't
Well,
someone
Venus
find like
could
some
see it
kind
now.
of a
That'll come up.
didn't someone find like a glowing stone or something?
That was just a gem.
Somebody
Just-
it was a gem. I'll give you the point for the alchemy storeroom because there's no telling how that'll come up in the future. It was certainly memorable. Poor Demas left behind.
Stop the recording here for today.
All right, so